Welcome back, and this is going to be a really long video, this one, so bear with me. Recordings of TRISTAN und ISOLDE, before you German commentators going down in the comments going crazy about my German pronunciation. Here's a disclaimer, I don't speak German, but let's get into this. As usual, checkpoints for each character before we go into the recordings themselves. And for the title characters of Tristan und Isolde, obviously two of the hardest roles in the entire operatic repertoire. Let's start with the female lead Isolde. We have three checkpoints here for the character. The first one being the narrative and curse in Act 1. Obviously, the narrative is a long, stretched out narrative with, not a ton of vocal requirements going on here, but still there needs to be the kind of idiomatic sense singing this narrative. Now the narrative itself isn't the hard part, but the Isolde needs to show, obviously she needs vocal security, but she needs to show emotion as well. And for a big voice, a dramatic soprano voice who can carry her voice over the orchestra in a role like Isolde, it's a bit difficult in order to really spin a lot of vocal colors, a lot of emotions. But that is required here in this narrative, because it's basically her talking about how she met Tristan, and she's conveying her feelings, how she fell in love with Tristan, but how he ignored her and stuff. Yeah. So the first part, the narrative part, isn't the hardest to sing, but she needs to show that she has the capability of emotive singing, because this is very important for the role of Isolde. Throughout the role, there are a lot of places where she really has to show the emotion, the love she has for Tristan throughout the entirety of Act 2 and Act 3 as well. Act 1 is a different case, because in Act 1, Isolde is very confrontative, and here, the second part of narrative and curse, the curse, where the tempo of the music goes into a really, four-square, direct approach, and Isolde has to put her voice over the orchestra. This is where the confrontativeness of Act 1 sets in. And because Isolde, is a dramatic soprano voice, a hochdramatische sopran, you really have to be able to blast your voice over the orchestra, carry it over, and you need the occasional high note blasting out of your throat. And here is where it sets in the curse itself from Oblinde Augen until Brangane comes in. Two high B naturals that need to be blasted at full volume over the orchestra. The entire, curse part of narrative and curse is fast, it's direct, and it is right at you. So it needs the attack, the metallic attack of that some dramatic sopranos don't have. So yeah, basically in Act 1, the narrative and curse, you need a contrast between the emotive facade of the voice in the narrative and the big metallic and dramatic sound in the curse itself. Now for the second checkpoint for Isolde, and this is also the first checkpoint for Tristan. It is the Act 1 duet at the very end of the act, Was Traumte mir. What about this? It's that it has some of the highest tessitura for both of the characters in the entire opera. Tristan has to venture up to A naturals, a lot of sustained A naturals in this duet near the end of Act 1. Isolde, I think, has to go up to a B flat as well. So, firstly, both of them need to sustain the tessitura, the high tessitura, which, some, or even I would say most, Wagnerian singers don't really possess. But apart from that, this duet towards the end of Act 1 is different from, what you know as the love duet in Act 2, which is basically flowing, really romantic, and really, they immerse themselves in the night and stuff. And the climax at the very end is not very long. However, this one at the end of Act 1 is really direct. It's right at your face. The orchestra is going at full volume. Is Tristan and Isolde falling enough for the first time, and they just boom. They clash with each other and they go against the orchestra. The volume has to be at their very, very highest. So you're basically having a contest, a volume contest. Tristan shouldn't cover Isolde, Isolde shouldn't cover Tristan, but both should be singing at their full volumes so as to, convey the scene where the orchestra is going berserk and both of them are just blasting their throats out because of their immediately ignited love and all of that. So yeah, firstly you have to get your voices over the orchestra while not drowning out the other, which would happen, in a mismatched recording, something like Vickers and Dernish. And you also need a very well-sustained tessitura at the top. Some Helden tenors who are more baritonal in nature would have trouble, singing these A naturals, and you won't hear a crack here or there occasionally for some more unreliable Tristans vocally, let's just say that. To Isolde, the third checkpoint, it comes at the very end, the Liebestod. Why I've just skipped the entire Act 2? Because at the start of Act 2, right, with Brangaene, it's basically the narrative. She needs to spin, her middle voice. She needs to convey the emotions towards the very start of the Act 2 duet with Tristan, where she has the two famous high Cs. She's just going at the orchestra, just direct attack right at the audience. So that's pretty much the same requirements as Was Tramtemir, the duet at the end of Act 1. And then the really long drawn out duet, O Sinker Nieder. That is basically just, the narrative spinning the middle voice with beauty of tone, which is also required here in the Liebestod, our final checkpoint, the Liebestod. And the Liebestod is a all of the dramatic sopranos do it as a concert piece. They're proud of doing it. The tessitura itself isn't terribly high, but there are 4 or 5, runs up to an A flat, which isn't, the highest note for a soprano, but at the end of 3 or 4 hours of singing, it's hard. It's still hard to get to that in A flat at the end of such a long opera. But let's not talk about the vocal requirements first. There are generally 2 interpretations to this Liebestod. Well, it's a love death. So firstly, the first route of interpretation is a completely delirious Isolde at the end of all this chaos and all this stuff. She collapses at the edge of death, completely delirious, and as in the lyrics convey, she truly believes that she is seeing Tristan, she is one with him. So a completely delirious version of the Liebestod, the first interpretation. This would basically require the entire thing sung in middle voice, and very creamy legato. All the tone is there, with occasional portamenti and a very consistently beautiful tone throughout the entire Liebestod. This is the first interpretation. Not much dynamics going on, but a very delirious conveying a very state of delirium. And the second interpretation, the route of interpretation for the Liebestod, is that it's the death of love. It's Isolde's final battle with the eventual fate of death and overcoming death with love. This is the second interpretation, which basically starts off same with the delirious state of Isolde, and when the music really sets in is when the orchestra comes to climaxes and clashes with Isolde, and the orchestra is trying to overcome Isolde, and Isolde has to overcome the orchestra, and back and forth they fight with each other until at the resolution, at the very last A flat in des Weltatums wie Mal, that A flat, which is the resolution of the Tristan chord after 4 hours, is basically Isolde overcoming the fate of death with love. So very fierce, very direct the attack, like that Weltatums, that A flat, blasting through the orchestra, splitting open the Red Sea like Moses. Imagine a tsunami, the orchestra going at full force with all the brass and all the stuff, up to that climax where the Act 2 duet had ended with a dissonant chord. Up until that chord, the threat of the dissonant chord and death comes towards Isolde like a tsunami, and she blasts it open with the resolution that is the high A flat on Weltatums. So yeah, that's the second approach to singing the Liebestod, starting off delirious, and then gradually building up the climax, fighting against the orchestra, and eventually the resolution at the very end, falling back to the state at delirium at the very end, to drown, to flounder, unconscious utmost rapture at the very end, the last 4 words. And that's the second route of interpreting the Liebestod. One way or another, you definitely need big voice to sing this Liebestod. It's not like any voice can come and sing this as a concert piece. The orchestra is unforgiving here. Let's say you take the first approach where you sing it with your middle voice the entire time and in a delirious state. You still need the voice to put the voice above the orchestra to let yourself be heard while you're conveying that, delirium. That is what Flagstad can do. Flagstad with a massive voice, but a rounded edge and a beautiful middle voice that she can spin, a beautiful tone. So even if you try to interpret it in a state of delirium, you still need the voice to put it off. You still need the volume. And if you go for the second option, where you fight against the orchestra, you obviously need the attack, a direct attack. You need a metallic edge. And again, the tessitura isn't particularly high, but it's still pretty unforgiving to have to hit 4 or 5 A flats at the end of 4 hours of singing. Yeah. So that's the Liebestod done. For Tristan, the character of Tristan, I've gone over the first checkpoint, which is Was träumt mir in Act 1. Basically, the rest of Act 2 is the same case as Isolde, which is why I've put Tristan's second checkpoint at the very end of Act 2, after Marke goes on his long rant, and therefore Tristan's second checkpoint is his monologue to the king. O König, das kann ich dir nicht sagen. This is one of Tristan's so-called arias, something more performable in concert, you would say. And O König, as I will call this from now on, requires real emotion, which is not just the casual mezza voce, the casual pianissimo you pull off in the love duet. It's not that. Tristan here shows incredible remorse, incredible emotion, and the kind of middle voice, the kind of emotive performance that you need to pull off after that really taxing and draining love duet. in Act 2. You have to have the vocal goods to deliver. Well, it isn't really that high, the tessitura, and the orchestra is basically just, in the background, so you don't need the biggest voice to pull it off. However, this is where it determines Tristan's emotive ability. The vocal ability is in Was Traumte. The emotive ability is here in O König. He is imploring Isolde to come to Cornwall with him. Not Cornwall, Brittany, whatever it's called. So yeah, O König is a very emotive part of the role, and for true Heldentenors, the ones singing Siegfried and Tannhauser, you would perhaps have a very metallic edge that cuts through the orchestra, but that renders you a bit more difficult to convey the emotive the emotions of Tristan here towards the end of Act 2, which you would need to package with a round voice, a very emotive performance, and incredible vocal acting. Yeah. And the last of Tristan's checkpoints is the very long Act 3 monologue. Not really a monologue. Kurvenal comes in and sings a few lines here and there. But yeah, Du dich das. It lasts like 30 minutes. So obviously, I'm not going to make a checkpoint 30 minutes because there's no way you can listen to all 30 minutes for each and every recording. So I've gone with two, snippets out of this Act 3 monologue in particular. The first of which being Isolde kommt, Isolde Nacht, right after Kurvenal tells him that Isolde is coming. So there is this, at the start of this Act 3 monologue, Du dich das, Tristan just woke up in a state of, he's kind of delirious. He doesn't know what's going on. He just wants Isolde. And Kurvenal tells him Isolde is coming. So Tristan, immediately has an outburst of emotion. His emotions of all the delirium has to suddenly become a direct and metallic attack over the orchestra in Isolde kommt, Isolde Nacht. A few A naturals, I think 3 in this particular snippet of this monologue, and he is just thanking Kurvenal and asking him, don't you see the ship come? And here the entire passage from Isolde kommt, Isolde Nacht to Kurvenal saying noch ist kein Schiff zu sehen. So it needs Tristan, it needs the ability, the Heldentenor facade of the voice to come through. Again, the very, very high tessitura is very hard to sustain, and apart from that, you really want a sharp-edged voice singing it. So yeah, the Act 3 monologue, starting off with delirium, a very tired voice, very contemplative, and then there's this sudden outburst, which you have to sustain with a sharp-edged voice for a very long time. So you can't, have a one-dimensional voice coming in and singing this Act 3 monologue, because if your voice is too sharp-edged, you can't convey the kind of delirium and the contemplative state of Tristan during this Act 3 monologue. And if your voice is too contemplative, too much of a vocal actor, it would lack the sharpness in the outburst sections of Tristan. So with that being said, it really requires a balanced voice with both vocal acting and a sharp Heldentenor edge coming into this Act 3 monologue. You need a balance, it couldn't be too one-dimensional. So yeah, the second snippet out of this Act 3 monologue I've chosen is Wie sie selig, right until Isolde comes and Tristan says Azuir, Azuir. This particular snippet encapsulates Tristan's kind of delirious state, and because he starts with Wie sie selig, can't you see her yet, bravely and gently wandering across the watery plains, starting off with Tristan's delirious state, picturing Isolde in front of her, and then it builds up and builds up from the contemplative kind of soft Mitzvah singing, as in O König. It builds up into, you know, another outbursts, because he is getting desperate at this point, desperately asking for Corvinal if he is seeing Isolde's ship. So yeah, building up from a interpretive voice, a contemplative voice with Mezzavoce and all that, going into, you know, this kind of outburst with a sharp edge, above very heavy orchestration with a lot of A naturals here, a lot of them ridiculously and ridiculous amount for a Helden tenor role. It's difficult, and when he finishes singing Zuir Zuir to Isolde, she sees Tristan dies. So yeah, it's a very difficult monologue to sing all of this in Act 3, and just in these two snippets you can hear, you know, what Tristan, the interpreter of the role, needs in this particular monologue to make his role sound convincing. With that being said, we're just gonna skim over the other roles because there isn't really a whole lot going on. Brangaene, well, Brangaene needs sensitivity in Act 1. Because, well, she is Isolde's maid, she's always in a nervous state. She needs also beauty of tone in Act 2, especially Brangaene's Warning einsam wachend. I think, honestly, it is Wagner's most beautiful piece of music that he has ever written. So you need incredible beauty of tone for Brangaene in einsam wachend. Towards the very end of Act 3, right before the Liebestod, Brangaene again asks Isolde if, you know, she hears her imploring, and again beauty of tone is required there. So Brangaene needs 1, sensitivity, 2, beauty of tone. Kurvenal, the baritone, you know, some conductors have cast very light voices as Kurvenal, out of the fact that you usually relate Kurvenal to a role which is kind of dog-like. He barks throughout the opera. That is partly true. It is a role that requires rough vocal acting, but rough edges doesn't mean barking, and barking means throatiness, and you don't want throatiness. What you want instead from a Kurvenal is a solid tone which has the kind of vocal acting, the capabilities of acting to put on a rough edge, but have a beautiful timbre at the same time. Because at the very start of Act 3, Kurvenal's interaction with the shepherd, Kurvenal has to sing a few lines of beauty, actual vocal beauty. And that's why Kurvenal should never be a throaty, barking voice or a small voice just barking the way through the role. It should be a solid tone with the capability of acting to make the voice sound rough and having a beautiful tone at places at the same time. Marke, I think Marke is got to be the easiest to sing out of all the Wagner bass roles, because it's really one-dimensional. What you need, definitely, is vocal beauty. You really need an emotive side to your voice, one that is very moving, one that can successfully move Tristan. And with that, you also require the beauty of the tone. You need legato, you need bel canto, a beauty of the voice. It doesn't matter if it's really a deep bass voice, a very dark rounded one, or a slightly thinner one. It doesn't matter. What you need one way or another is the beauty of tone. So Marke is not the most difficult, but it's crucial that the beauty of tone is there. For the rest of the roles, there are two minor for mention. Melo can be sung by a tenor or a baritone. Either way, it's okay for me. He just has like a minute, less than that, of singing, so I don't really care. With that being said, let's go right into the recordings. As usual, 6 categories of recordings. The first one, good and commercially available recordings. The second one, good and rare live recordings. Third one, dark horses, overlooked recordings. The fourth one, good films or video recordings. Fifth one, commercially available recordings to avoid. And the sixth one, good recordings of arias or scenes from the opera. Getting right into it, where the first one is good and commercially available recordings. In a chronological order, that is. First one we're getting into is the very, very famous Furtwängler 1952 recording with the Philharmonia Orchestra and a chorus from Covent Garden. Tristan is Ludwig Suthaus, ISOLDE Kirsten Flagstad, Brangaine is Blanche Thebaum, Mark is Joseph Grindel, Corvinal Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau, Melod Edgar Evans. The Shepherd and the Young Seaman is both sung by Rudolf Schock. Starting with the Tristan, Ludwig Suthaus. I really think he's the ideal voice for Tristan, Rolf Tristan. Unfortunately, here in studio, it's about 5 years too late for his voice to be recording this in studio. His voice had a sharp held in tenor quality a few years prior, right at the end of the war, and there was incredible beauty of tone in the voice as well. Here in 1952, we can still hear a bit of the sharp edge in the voice, but his voice has become much more baritonal, much darker, and the volume has decreased significantly as well. So Ludwig Suthaus is still an ideal Tristan when it comes to O König or Wie sie selig, all those emotive parts of the role, but the baritonal timbre doesn't do him justice, especially with his decreased volume and his decreased ease in the upper registers. His Act 1 encounter with Isolde, to the love duet itself, to the Act 3 outbursts, the places where it requires a steely, direct attack. It's a bit rough on the ear because of his darkened, roughened baritonal timbre here. Just a few years prior, it would have been a very ideal Tristan under Furtwängler. Kirsten Flagstad as Isolde. We all know this is, her last recording of the complete role, and this was nearing the very end of her career. But this Isolde is a very, very well sung one, for someone her age and, her maturity in this part of her career. Flagstad's Isolde here, in studio under Furtwängler, is not one that has a whole lot of volume going on, but the way she spins her middle voice in this recording is incredible. Starting from Act 1, from the narrative, a very beautifully sung narrative with a lot of emotion, spinning her middle voice here because she's lost her big volume. The Flagstad that you think of is big in size with direct attacks and a rounded tone. Here she still has the rounded tone, but the inside has perhaps collapsed. So what she does, instead of a fierce Isolde that we would hear in her early recordings, of which we will go over later, what we hear in this final Flagstad Isolde is the somewhat thinned out but intact legato in the middle voice being utilized to its fullest. And we hear that in the narrative. In the curse as well, she still has, incredible high notes. Not, big ones, massive ones, but the attack is there, the metallic edge is there. Obviously, we know that the 2 high Cs were pasted on by Elisabeth Schwarzkopf, but at this stage of her career, she still had a very secure high B in the curse. So we'll ignore those 2 high Cs. Um, Progressing in the love duet, incredible. Because she's lost the kind of the size and the fierceness in her voice post-war, what she does in the love duet instead, with Melchior in the 30s, it was a case of over singing one another with their massive voices. That worked, but what she does here is really analyzing the text, really giving meaning to every single word in this beautiful legato, beautifully spun middle voice. An incredible love duet. Sutzau's voice is of course a little bit rough on the ear, but Flagstad's creaminess and legato in the tone more than enough makes up for that. And towards the very end, in the Liebestod, really incredible. She really depicts the state of delirium here. The metallic edges of her voice are no more in the 50s, obviously. So what she does is really complete delirium. From the very first note, she just spins her way, middle voice, all the way towards the end, with legato, with incredible portamenti. And although the confrontativeness in Act 1 is a bit minimized in terms of dramatic effects, in terms of the dramatic, dramatic facade of her voice that we would get otherwise in the 30s and early 40s. Flagstad's Isolde here is incredibly sung, just by the fact of her legato, the beautifully sung, beautifully spun out bel canto side of the role of Isolde here by Flagstad. Blanche Thabom is Brangaen. In 1952, this really was, the prime, the very top of her career. A few years after that, her voice would start to get a bit rough on the edge, but here it is an absolutely glorious Brangaen. Really sensitive in Act 1, really shows the nervousness of the role, and in Act 2, the Einsamwachen is one of the highlights of the entire recording, not just because of Furtwängler's glorious conducting the orchestral sound, but also Thabom's beauty of the tone in Brangaen as a Warning is incredible, just incredible. Now we move on to the Marke of Joseph Grindel. In 1952, Grindel recorded his first Hagen at Bayreuth, and for me, he will always be a Hagen instead of a Marke. The reason being that his voice is rough in nature. Although it is a profound, a deep one, there is not much beauty going on in the voice. And although he does have the regality, the imposingness of the König, the king, there is no beauty, there is not much emotion going on. And for that reason, he'll always be a Hagen and not a Marke for me. He is also nasal, quite nasal in fact, and that is amplified under studio conditions, which does not make Joseph Grindel my favorite Marke, to be honest. And Fischer Dieskau as Kurvenal. Again, I've said Kurvenal should never be sung by someone with a small voice, and throughout Act 3, with his dialogue with Tristan Suthaus, Ludwig Suthaus sounds much more darker than him, and that's just wrong. That just throws off the balance. With Kurvenal being the barking, the more imposing one, and the balance is off there. Although, quite frankly, this Kurvenal by Fischer Dieskau is much better than the one he recorded 30 years later on a Cliver. That one I will talk about later. But Grindel and Fischer Dieskau both aren't impressive at all as Marke and Kurvenal. Suthaus isn't in his best form either, but Flagstad and Thabom are really incredible. And yeah, you're only here for Flagstad and Furtwängler. Furtwängler here is absolutely incredible. The reason why this recording is, a recording that completely changed the course of opera recording history, I would put it that way, is because of Furtwängler's conducting here. It is absolutely incredible. And with the Philharmonia Orchestra that he put together, it is absolutely unparalleled, the playing of this orchestra in any other opera recording. Furtwängler, as we know him, there are, two sides to Furtwängler. In live performances, he did record a handful of live Tristan und Isoldes. I'll talk about later. In live performances, there's more urgency, there is more sensitivity, and he's less restrained, I would say. It's more direct and right at you. Whereas here in recording, Furtwängler really pays attention to every single note. He pays attention to the coloring, to the different layers of the orchestral sound, and make sure that every single one of them is balanced in order to make this absolutely glorious harmony. The balance between the orchestra and the singers is just spot on, and all things considered, this has got to be one of the finest, if not the finest, Tristan und Isolde conducted ever. Furtwängler is just top form here. You don't have the kind of excitement that you would get in live Furtwängler Tristans, but just the orchestra and the coloring, the tone, all of that here just makes this perhaps the finest Tristan ever recorded. Not to forget the smaller roles, also sung by equally capable singers. Rudolf Schock, with his beautiful tone, sings both the shepherd and the seaman, and Edgar Evans is a capable melot. Then our second commercially available recording, which is impressive. This one, although being a live recording, is still released on a lot of labels, so I would consider that commercially available. It's Herbert von Karajan's Tristan und Isolde at the Bayreuth Festival, live in 1952 again. This features Ramon Vinay and Martha Mödel in the title roles, Ira Malaniuk as Brangayane, Ludwig Weber as Marke, Hans Hotter as Corvinal, melot is Hermann Ude, the shepherd is Gerhard Unger, and the young sailor is sung by Gerhard Stolze. This Tristan is very different from the Tristan that Karajan conducted 20 years later in studio, and the difference being that this Tristan is all sung by big voices. Immediately we have Ramon Vinay as Tristan, and Vinay is an absolutely incredible Tristan, one of the best, if not the best, to ever sing the role. Why is that so? Firstly, he has a baritonal timbre, which increases the leeway for him to have round, emotive singing, moving singing in that kind of love duet and all that contemplative singing. It gives him an instrument, a deep instrument, to make more tender tones, moving like a cello with the flowing tones. This is what a baritonal timbre gives you. It's not steely or scratchy. It's not hard on the ear. Except Vinay here in the early 50s had an incredible Helden tenor edge to the voice. It's not exactly steelish, it's not exactly sharp on the ear, but the attack and the directness, the clean cut quality of the tone is there. So it's just not your regular baritone voice. It is a baritonal timbre with the attack and the directness of a Helden tenor, which is something that I think only early Ramon Vinay has ever brought to the operatic world. And therefore his Tristan here is absolutely glorious. I've said with the baritonal timbre, it allows him to emote a lot of emotive and very beautiful singing during the love duets, during O König, during Wie sie selig, all of those contemplative and more beautiful flowing parts of the role of Tristan, but also the kind of ringing Helden tenor top that he has with an incredible ease of high notes for a baritonal voice, enables him to, you know, come on top in the Act 1 duet, in, you know, the Act 3 monologue outbursts, all of that. Just all in all, an incredible Tristan, having both the beauty of the tone, the baritone timbre, and the ringing, brilliant quality of a Helden tenor. Martha Myrtle as Isolde, here in 1952, it is one of her first years transitioning into a soprano, and you have to say that this is perhaps Martha Myrtle's best recording ever, and this is no exaggeration. At the very beginning, with the narrative and curse, the narrative very beautifully spun out with the warmth and, you know, kind of velvety quality, marbly quality even, of her mezzo voice. Very beautifully spun out. But then you get to the curse, and you hear the red hot quality, just direct and fierce and fearless in the attack, in the curse, with really well sung high notes that you wouldn't hear in any other Myrtle recording. Towards the second act, we have this really beautifully sung love duet because of, you know, a baritonal timbre and a mezzo timbre, so it's really rich, not too dark as in suffocating, but a very beautiful balance with the Avenai. And at the end, with the Liebestod, a bit fatigued, I would say, Myrtle, at the end of this recording towards the Liebestod, but she still manages to push it towards the very end, so you can hear the kind of desperation just to get to the very end. And you hear that with a glorious A flat on the Welt Atoms, resolving not only her own fatigue, but also Isolde's character. So it's a very impressive Isolde by Martha Myrtle, and personally I think this has got to be her best recording. Ira Malaniuk is a Brangaene, nice mezzo voice. You know, there is the beauty of tone, it is present. Is it most beautiful? No. Is it the most sensitive mezzo voice? No. Is it up to the task? Definitely. Ludwig Weber as Marke. Now this is the type of Marke. I've said that it needs emotion, it needs, you know, emotive quality. And this is definitely a highly emotive Marke by Ludwig Weber. He has really beautiful instrument, although it's not a really deep and dark one, a booming one or imposing one like that of Talvela or even, you would say, Hans Hotter. But Ludwig Weber's slightly thinner voice allows for more leeway for him to absolutely go into the role and sing bel canto with amazing legato and, you know, really emotive singing. You would say it's lacking a bit of imposingness, a bit of a regality, nobility, you would say, but in terms of emotional, not intensity, but emotional idiomaticness, Ludwig Weber's Marke is absolutely spot on. Hans Hotter here as Corvinal. I've always felt that Hotter's role in Tristan und Isolde should always be Marke, not Corvinal, and indeed he did sing Marke and Corvinal in different productions, overlapping in the same period. That's because Hans Hotter's voice, although he does have the, you know, kind of rough quality to do a Corvinal, being, you know, given that his voice is a bit nasal here and there, but the true standout of Hans Hotter's voice is the beauty of his voice and the desperation. That's what makes him the impressive Wotan that he is. Not because he's vocally imposing. Of course he is vocally imposing, but that's not the main point. The main point is the beauty of tone, and that's why I would always prefer Hans Hotter as Marke than Corvinal. But here as Corvinal, slightly smaller role and slightly, you know, less merit, but still, with all things given, a idiomatic reading of the role. You know, Hotter is always, you know, he can do any role without problem. He can do Hunding, he can do Wotan, very different roles, but to, you know, the same level of merit. Same goes with his Corvinal here. Herman Ude as Melot, perhaps nearing the start of his career, a bit closer to the start of the career. Yeah, he's a bass baritone, but he sounds lighter than Tristan here, which is Ramon Vinay. I don't blame him for that. He might have to lighten his tone a bit to sing Melot, a tenor role, but, well, it's just like two lines or 3 lines and less than a minute of singing. Gerhard Unger is really idiomatic, really nice singing as the shepherd, and Gerhard Stolze delivers an acceptable young sailor, the solo at the very start. Helbrand van Karajan here, again, I've said it's very different from his recording of the same opera 20 years later in the studio, with the difference being Helbrand van Karajan here in this live recording in his early 50s. The 50s Karajan is one that is fearless. He isn't scared of using the brass, he isn't scared of, giving big string sounds, and which in this context in 1952 is just big, exciting, and direct. Right at you with Karajan's big sounds in the 50s, especially here at Bayreuth. You knew that he had to leave a mark first, which he did with this exciting, direct Tristan and Isolde. But what we know Karajan for, the lush woodwinds and the beautiful legato in the strings and the, really, really layered tones and all the beauty and all that. We get that in the 1972 studio, which I will talk about in a minute. But here it's a different Karajan, and although I slightly prefer that recording, this gives us a different side of Karajan that we don't really pay attention to a lot of times. Next we have the famous Carl Böhm 1966 Tristan set at the Bayreuth again, featuring Wolfgang Windgassen and Birgit Nilsson in the shell roles, Christa Ludwig as Brangaene, Martis Halvela as Marke, and Eberhard Westro as Corvinal, and Claude Heater as Melot, the shepherd is Erwin Wolfhart. The seaman here is Peter Schreiber, and the steersman Gerd Nienstedt. This is a recording which was patched together by, live recordings during the 66 season at Bayreuth. And let's get into it, shall we? Wolfgang Windgassen, his Tristan is a very special one, because a lot of people really like Windgassen and his Tristan. Nilsson said that Windgassen was the only Tristan she really felt like singing with. But Windgassen just isn't a Helden tenor. We know that he isn't a Helden tenor. He has the voice of a lyric tenor. Maybe he had a bit of more red hot and dramatic temperament earlier in his career, but towards the late 60s and 70s it was really becoming a wide and one-dimensional voice. Putting that aside, Wolfgang Windgassen has really good vocal acting skills. He is a very convincing vocal actor, and that's why in O König, Wie sie selig, all of this, the whiteness of his voice isn't a problem, because he makes up with that with his vocal acting. However, in the love duet, where he has to be very tender and very emotive, no amount of vocal acting is making up for that, because the voice itself is simply too white at this point, 1966, too cardboard, to to sound tender, to sound like a loving, a impassioned Tristan. It's too much for that. And for the more confrontative parts of the role, it's no good. It's just no good, because he has the voice of a lyric tenor, and he doesn't have the ring, the sharp-edged quality of a Helden tenor voice that you really need to impose yourself there. He has he has a decent technique. He has good high notes. I would say that, he doesn't struggle that much with the tessitura for some reason in Tristan, because he really struggles as Tannhauser, sometimes as Lohengrin. He messes up, because of the tessitura. He doesn't do so over the course of his career singing Tristan. But all I have to say about Wolfgang Windgassen's Tristan is that it is very effective in terms of acting, not very effective in terms of singing. With that said, though, he still, had a good technique. He, pretty much sang the entire role the same way from the 1950s to the 1970s. He kept it up, didn't change his technique. The, ease in the high notes, it didn't get harder for him to sing high notes. It didn't get rougher, the voice, and he didn't, struggle with this kind of very taxing role the longer his career progressed, which most, like 90% of other tenors do. Windgassen was, evergreen. He had a good technique that enabled him to sing the role without altering too much and without sounding old in his later career. However, you can't deny that his voice was already, very white, very cardboard at the 50s, at the start of his career, and it just got whiter and whiter, more cardboard, more boring, and towards the 70s, yeah. So, kudos for his vocal acting. I really like his Okernish. I really like his, delirious state in Act 3. One of the, most incredibly portrayed delirium, but vocally, it's just a no for me. Windgassen Tristan. Birgit Nilsson as Isolde. Now, I think I've put like 10 or 20 recordings of Nilsson's Isolde in this list, in this video. But let's focus on this recording first. In this recording, Birgit Nilsson, I think, is her finest Isolde. Why? She finds the balance between the fierceness and directness of attack and the emotive and kind of tender quality, the girlish quality of Isolde. In this recording, I think she finds the equilibrium, because earlier and later in her career, singing the role of Isolde, she changed the interpretation of the role a number of times, and it always varied. Sometimes it's too girlish, sometimes it's too fierce, a lot of that. But here in 1966, she really found the equilibrium of the girlishness and the fierceness of the role. So I think that this is her best Isolde by a distance. And because after that her voice would decline, that the instrument itself and not the interpretation. Birgit Nilsson's Isolde here, we can hear quite a bit of the coordinated chest voice and the middle voice early on in the narrative, something which she overused earlier in her career, and we still get that direct and fierce attack on the high notes in both the Act 1 duet, in both the Curse and also the start of Act 2 with the two high C's blasting it out of her throat as usual. Incredible. The legato, the bel canto in the love duet is really well sung here by Nilsson. Again, her instrument was still very much intact at this point, but after 1966 it more or less went downhill, and she had to resort to more shouting, or sometimes she just let her instrument do her thing, which sometimes ended up in unreliable or unidiomatic results in these kind of love duet situations. But here her result is very well sung. Towards the very end, the Liebestod here in 1966 across Carl Böhm. Surely this is one of the best recordings ever made, because Nilsson's Isolde here, her Liebestod, is incredible. She starts off with the delirium, builds up very gradually, and Böhme knows how to do his thing, not to overpower Nilsson, but still manage to create this massive orchestral sound that makes the listener think as if the orchestra is about to drown her. And when the orchestra is about to drown her, Nilsson comes on top, and then so and forth. And at the very end, building up until the Welt atoms, building up until the resolution of the chord. It is incredible the way the orchestra builds up by Böhm. And Nilsson just blasts the orchestra open with the A flat on the Welt atoms. And in my opinion, this has got to be the best Liebestod ever recorded, 1966, at Bayreuth, with Carl Böhm and Birgit Nilsson. So I would get this recording just for the Liebestod for me. But another main point to this recording, another mainstay, is Krista Ludwig's Brangäne. This was before she recorded the Brangäne for Karajan. That one was a bit more beauty focused in tone because Karajan. This one here is a bit more sensitive, a bit more girlish at times, while the Karajan Brangäne that Ludwig recorded was more mature and more beautiful in tone. But if you want a really sensitive Brangäne for Act 1, Krista Ludwig is your choice under Carl Böhm here in 1966. Martti Talvela is Marke. We just went over Ludwig Weber's Marke, saying that it was kind of the thin but legato voice. Talvela is different. It is a big, boomy, and deep voice. But that depth has an incredible beauty in it, which, is a human quality to the role of Marke, whilst giving it the, imposing quality or the nobility with the depth of his voice. The human and kind of earthiness in the quality, in the beauty of Talvela's voice gives Marke what the role needs, which is emotive singing, and that's all that matters. So a really, really well sung Marke, by any means. Eberhard Wächter as Kurvenau is, except Windgassen, the weakling to this recording, because he is unbelievably throaty here. He is yelling. He is just yelling throughout the entire role. Very throaty. It makes you want to, take a sip of water every time you hear him sing. Claude Heater as Maylot. I would really prefer if Heater had sung Kurvenau, because, well, Heater is a baritone voice with a very wide vibrato, which would fit Kurvenau in some sort, but it's just not the kind of warrior nobility that Maylot needs, and I'm not a fan of his Maylot, not a fan of his Tristan either, which I would go over later. But anyways, Erwin Wolfhard as the shepherd, nicely sung, very idiomatic. Peter Schreier as the young sailor, you can't go wrong with his beauty of tone. And Gerd Nienstedt sings the steersman's single line with imposing quality. Carl Böhm, the conductor here, is just Böhm being Böhm, Böhm knows how not to overpower these singers. He doesn't really have a Böhm sound, the orchestral sound. There really isn't that kind of signature tone, a signature color, or a layering that belongs to Böhm. However, he keeps the orchestra under control always, so that they don't go crazy and overpower the singers. And he knows where the limit is and brings the orchestra right up to that limit, and just the sound of his Tristan is really, really, really incredible, because you don't really find many conductors. You can always have a Karajan or Kleiber bringing beauty and their own lush sounds to a Wagnerian score, but Böhm really, really is what Wagner would want. Just very faithful to the score. The orchestra is balanced with every layer sorted out in a big sound in and of itself, and that's why Böhm's Tristan here is just absolutely incredible. Again, the Liebestod alone is worth hearing, so hear it. Next up, we have another Karajan recording, this time from 20 years later, 1972 in studio, with the Berlin Phil and the chorus from the Deutsche Oper Berlin. Tristan is Jan Vickers, Isolde Helga Dernesch, Barangayene is Christa Ludwig, Marke Karl Ritterbusch, Kurvenal is Walter Berry, Melot is Bernd de Weikel, and the Shepherd plus the Young Sailor is sung by Peter Schreier. So, Karajan in 1952, he was the head of Bayreuth Festival, and his goal was to lead the Bayreuth Festival. Here, in 1972, his goal is to leave his mark, Karajan's mark, in the operatic repertoire. And that's why in 1952, you hear him conduct the work with, with less of personal flair, more direct, more straightforward, and to some extent more exciting. But here in studio with his familiar Berlin Phil, he can really be himself, be Karajan, and create the Karajan sound that we all know. The lush woodwind with the strings, a beautiful sound, and a very clear-cut, layered sound that we know is the Karajan sound. And we can see here the casting is more Karajan in nature as well, because he always preferred, small-voiced singers, even in the 50s, but that was Bayreuth, so he wasn't in charge. Here, he's in charge of picking the singers, and what we get is, let's start with John Vickers' Tristan. Now, John Vickers isn't a bad Tristan at all. Let's just say that he has the ability of, sounding emotive. In the first act, he is very strong, vocally, confrontational. In the second act, he is able to, sing the love duet with, with pianissimo. There's a lot of mezzo voce in there, so it is convincing. As well as, in the Act 3 monologue, he doesn't struggle a lot with the high tessitura. He has the vocal strength and the edge required for those outbursts, as well as the vocal acting for the more, delirious state and those dialogues with Corvinal. And yeah, that's pretty much it. John Vickers is by all means a held-in tenor voice. He has that sharp edge. But what I really think is a drawback about Vickers' Tristan is that he has too much of a bite. It's naturally present in his voice, and that's not really what you want to hear from Tristan apart from the first act, because it's really a long drawn out role of passion, then to love from delirium, and then he dies. The bite in Vickers' voice that occurs naturally reminds us of a Samson or Jason, we would say. There's this bite in the voice that just doesn't fit the character at all, and that's pretty much the drawback of Vickers' Tristan. Otherwise, it's pretty well sung. He uses almost too much pianissimo and mezzo voce unsupported, which really makes it feel like a falsetto voice. He uses a lot of that in the love duet, which is also kind of bad taste, I would say. But apart from that, it's still a very good rendition of the role. Then we have Helga Dernesch as Isolde. We all know that Karajan really liked Dernesch. She was Karajan's Brünnhilde in Gotterdammerung, and Siegfried as well in his cycle. She was his Fidelio, and here, as Isolde, we again see Dernesch. But contrary to the Brünnhildes and the Fidelios, I really think that Dernesch's Isolde is one of Karajan's better castings of this very unique singer. Let's just say that Dernesch doesn't have the voice of a dramatic soprano. It's a small, thin voice, but the timbre and the tone, the color of the voice is exceptional. It is sensitive, very sensitive, and with beauty of tone, but not in a way which is like creamy or marbly but a beauty which is kind of sensitive and clear, crystalline towards that kind of direction, right? So Helga Dernesh, not a big voice. Obviously, she struggles in Act 1, quite a lot actually. But when we, go into Act 2, this is where the magic begins. Because Dernesh, in the love duet, she spins her, kind of thin, edgy voice. She manages to utilize the sensitivity very well across Vickers' kind of beefy voice, and that is a combination that is very, very unique. You have Vickers' beefy and sizable tone across Dernesh's thin, sensitive yet crystalline tone wrapping around the size of Vickers' voice, which is incredible. It is a very, very unique effect, and with Karajan's orchestra being layered as usual, the lushness of the sound is there. It just all wraps into a very, very exceptional harmony, which you could really only do in studio, to be honest. And towards the end, the Liebestod, Dernesh is kind of running out of voice at that point, and the voice is still kind of sensitive, so every word she sings, starting from this the start of the Liebestod with the delirium, until building up with the sensitivity, the ancientness, building up, finding the resolution in the Weltatums, that A flat, all of that, with again the legato of the tone, which Dernesh understood very well, makes an exceptional Liebestod. Of course, this wouldn't be possible if not for Karajan's lush orchestra, but once it's there, Dernesh can really make her unique timbre shine. Christa Ludwig as Brangaine. I've said earlier that under Böhm in the 66 set, Ludwig can sound more, sound more sensitive, sound more girlish. Here in 1972, a bit towards the end of her career, it's more of a mature voice, but in that maturity is a very, very glorious beauty of tone. With studio conditions, she manages to sing the Einsam Wachen, the Brangane's Warning, with the echo remixed and all that stuff, and it is an ethereal recording of Brangane's Warning, and I really, really love it. Christa Ludwig, she understands the music, she understands Brangaine, she has all that legato, the bel canto, along with the beauty of tone, the creaminess, a velvety sound, that the tone is all there, with multiple facades of colors as well. So it is an absolutely, absolutely fantastic Brangaine. Carl Ritterbusch as Marke is another really, really good casting. When you look at Ritterbusch's stature, you would expect him to have, a really rough, really evil sound, a la Grindel. But no, in fact, Ritterbusch, he has an amazing sound, an amazing timbre. It's big, it's sonorous. Although it's deep, there are a lot of colors in there. Very beautiful colors. The legato is impeccable. The tone in there is just absolutely beautiful. It's big, round, and warm. And I mean, he is one of my absolute favorite singers for the role of Marke, because the role of Marke is all about empathy, that pathos, yeah. And Karl Ritterbusch delivers perfectly, with his absolutely beautiful voice, and that is very good casting by Karajan, not so much Ritterbusch as Hagen. We'll talk about that later in the Ring video, which will be coming out in a couple of weeks, I hope, because this is taking quite a long time as well. Anyway, our next one is Kurvenau, which is sung by Walter Berry. Walter Berry is really well cast as Corvinal. Why? Because I've said that a Corvinal needs a rough edge but a solid tone. Walter Berry undoubtedly has a solid tone. Here, he uses his vocal acting skills very well and fabricates the rough edge that Corvinal needs. However, we all know that Berry has the beautiful tone, the beauty of the voice as well. So at the start of Act 3, in his interaction with Peter Schreiber as the shepherd, he uses the beauty of tone to his advantage. And all in all, it's just a very idiomatic and extremely well-sung Corvinal by Walter Berry. The rest of the cast, Bernd Weichel as Maylot. I'm not a big fan of Weichel, but his Maylot is okay. Peter Schreier is amazing as usual as the young sailor and also the shepherd. And Karian, of course, above all, is the star here because he's really making a case for himself. You think that my ring was bad? I tell you, I can actually conduct Wagner with my own taste, with my own style, and this is his style: lush strings, lush woodwind, and not necessarily big brassy sounds right at you, but a wonderful style, wonderful layers, a blending, a harmony of all these beautiful sounds surrounding you, and not just brass right at you. And that is the magic of Karian's Tristan. But I must insist that it is the studio version of this Tristan und Isolde, which deserves to be on this good commercial recordings list. There are 2 live recordings of the same production. The first one from 1972 featuring the exact same cast. I don't recommend that at all because Dernesh is hopeless live as Isolde because she didn't have a very long-lasting voice. She was basically dead at the end of 4 hours of singing, and her Liebesode is a mess. And again, live, you don't have amplification, you can't do little tricks with your voice. So yeah, it's a mess, her live Isolde. And then another one from 1973, also a live one. Here we have Rusal Baldani instead of Krista Ludwig as Brangaene. That's immediately a downgrade. Then we have Jeff Vermeersch instead of Walter Berry as Corvinal. And Vermeersch is not a stylish Corvinal at all. He has a small voice, he barks. And that's why I don't recommend the 72 and 73 live recordings of this same Tristan production at all. However, the studio version, go for it by all means. And for our last inclusion in this list, we have a 1976 live recording from the Bayreuth Festival, conducted by Carlos Kleiber. This is also pretty easy to find in the market, so I would label it as commercially available. Tristan is Spaz Avenkov, Isolde Katarina Ligenza. Brangaine is Yvonne Minton, Marquet Calvert Bush again, Corvinal is Donald McIntyre, Melod is Heribert Steinbach. The Shepherd and the Young Sailor is sung by Heinz Zednik. Let's start with the singers. Spasavenkov as Tristan is very interesting. Here, in 1976, it is pretty much a typical Helden tenor sound. However, he has, exceptional vocal acting abilities. That means that in the, mezza voce passages, the delirious passages, such as Visi Zelig, such as O König, he really utilizes the mezza voce to create amazing vocal acting, and those passages are really well sung by Venkov. The voice itself is rather sharp-edged in nature. He does really well, with the high notes. He does not struggle with them as much as other Helden tenors would do. The sharp edge is present, but at some points, for example, in the Love Duet in Act 2 across Ligenza, the voice sometimes sounds scratchy, and it is, quite rough on the ear because of the kind of sharp edge that he has. during the love duet and more, expressive passages. That does not exclude, O König and all that, which he sings in mezza voce. Those are brilliant, but the love duet is kind of a drawback for me, for Venkov. However, he has another recording of the role about 10 years later, which I would cover. He is a completely different singer then, and I will cover it later. Katarina Ligezda as Isolde. Let's just say that Ligezda's voice is, let's just say it's a bit boring, yeah? She has, a creamy tone, a beautiful legato. She knows, how to use that beauty of her voice. But there isn't really much interpretation going on. She just spins that beautiful marbly voice of hers, and her legato does that throughout the role. Not really a lot of fluctuations, not really a lot of acting, a lot of interpreting going on here. So yeah, vocally speaking, a very ideal Isolde, but it's just a bit boring for me. However, Venkov and Ligenzda are both, singers who are capable of producing beautiful sounds. And do they blend well in their love duets? I don't think so. Do they shine individually in their solo numbers? Spasvenkov with O König, with Visi Silic with the act 3 monologue, and Ligedzda with her Liebestod. Do they really shine through in their personal numbers? I do think so. Yvonne Minton as Brancaene, certainly not a mezzo-soprano voice, but it's not necessarily that a mezzo-soprano sings the role of Brancaene. She shows sensitivity in Act 1, beauty of tone, and legato in Act 2, especially with Brancaene's warning. Sensitivity and beauty are both there. It's just that there's a thin voice and not a voice that you would really think of as a mezzo-soprano voice. So don't come into this Brancaene thinking you get something rich and profound and mature. Instead, what you get is a youthful, girlish voice, kind of thin, but still manages to bring the legato line well. Beauty of tone is present, and that's Yvonne Minton's Brancaene. Carvedel Bush's Marke I've talked about already, and Donald McIntyre's Corvinal. I find McIntyre a bit nasal and a bit rough on the ear, but given that it's the character of Corvinal, the role itself, I'm not really too concerned with McIntyre's Corvinal. At least he has an idiomatic voice for the role, that's all I'm gonna say. Hans Zednik as the sailor and the shepherd. Again, a very idiomatic voice. We all know he has a very good, history of being a character tenor. However, it's just nasal to the ear, and so perhaps not the most preferable for these two roles. However, why this recording is here is Carlos Kleiber, and we all know, how highly rated Kleiber as a conductor is. His father, Eric Kleiber, did record Tristan und Isolde a few times as well. But here, with Carlos, what we get is a conductor which lets the audience know of his presence, but puts all the emphasis on the score itself. So it's nothing, like very extravagant, like Karajan going berserk with all the strings, all the woodwind, or you would say Schulte as a really bad example, just bashing out with the brass, with the percussion, and letting people know, hey, I'm the conductor, I'm here. That's what I'm gonna do to the orchestra. Kleiber does not do that. However, he makes his presence known by focusing on every little detail, fine-tuning them, not to a great extent, but fine-tuning them so that every single note is perfect and it flows naturally. And that's what I mean by putting the emphasis on the score, especially in the preludes or in the musical interjections. We all hear the orchestra being there. The beauty of the tone is consistent throughout. The idiomatic sound of the tone is consistent throughout. It's not Carl Böhm style of just, never overpowering the singers, letting them do their stuff, and leading the orchestra to follow the singers throughout. No, Kleiber is a conductor who is capable of dictating the mood, the vibe, and the general outlook of the orchestra. Kleiber can do that, and but he also puts emphasis on Wagner's score itself, to every little detail, every little note, and it creates an atmosphere which is so natural to the ear that that somebody is doing something to make the orchestra flow so well. But what you really pay attention to is Wagner's orchestration, his score, the beauty of it, and that's what a top conductor is able to do. And this is why this Kleiber Tristan und Isolde is one of my absolute favorites. Obviously, we have his famous studio recording, but the singing there is frankly unbearable. The singing here in this Bayreuth live recording is of a very high average standard, so by all means go for this recording. However, some of you would point out, there are other live recordings with Kleiber conducting. Why not go for those? 1973 live at the Wiener Staatsoper, we have Hans Hoff as Tristan, Ligenza as Isolde, Baldani as Brangaene, Hans Sotin as Marke, and Gustav Neidlinger as Kurvenau. We all know that Hans Sotin and Gustav Neidlinger are great. We talk about them later when they pop up. And Baldani as Brangaene is not too bad, but Hans Hoff as Tristan in 1973 is a mess. He does not have, any high notes. He sounds very, very tired throughout the entire recording, and the orchestra is just not that well coordinated, so there's no Kleiber element, no Kleiber magic in that recording. For the 1974 and 1975 recordings at the Bayreuth Festival, we have Helge Brillioth as Tristan instead of Spaz Venkov. Brillioth is not bad, but is a bit smaller in terms of the voice, and it's just not as convincing vocally as Tristan. And Marke in both years, in both recordings, is sung by Kurt Moll instead of Karl Ritterbusch, and Moll's Marke is just not very good at all. He is nasal, that's one thing, and in the small, in the quiet passages, he basically whispers so that no one hears him. So for Marke, you would always have to go with Karl Ritterbusch in the 70s, and because of Kurt Moll, the 1974 and 75 recordings I do not recommend. In 1977, we have a recording with the same cast as the 76, which I recommend in terms of the singers. However, the conductor has gone from Carlos Kleiber to Horst Stein. So, because the singers are the same in these two recordings, don't mean I recommended 77. Horst Stein is a brilliant conductor, but he is nowhere near Kleiber in terms of the natural flowingness of the orchestra that Carlos Kleiber provides to this amazing recording from 1976. Now that we come to our second category, good live or rare recordings, as I would say. Let's start off with the Flagstad Melchior partnership, and not just one recording of them, a lot of them. Let's go through the recordings with Lauritz Melchior as Tristan and Kirsten Flagstad at Isolde. We have 1935 from the Metropolitan with Artur Bodansky, 1936 from Covent Garden with Fritz Reiner, 1937 again from Covent Garden, this time with Thomas Beecham, 1937 from the Metropolitan with Bodansky again, 1938 from the Metropolitan with Bodansky, and 1940 from the Metropolitan with Eric Leinsdorf, and 1941 from the Metropolitan under Eric Leinsdorf. So these are the recordings with Lauritz Melchior and Kirsten Flagstad as Tristan and Isolde, respectively, over a span of 6 years. In these 6 years, let's start off with Melchior, shall we? Let's just say that Melchior didn't change his interpretation of the role of Tristan over the 6 years. Basically, every Tristan that he sung pre-war was pretty much the same. And by same, I mean absolutely fucking brilliant, because Lauritz Melchior is just an amazing, amazing Tristan. By all means, people hate on Melchior for whatever reason, and I just can't wrap my mind around that. Melchior has what it takes to be the perfect Tristan. From the very start in the first act, he has, the vocal acting. He is confrontational against Isolde. When he takes the potion, he is immediately impassioned with, really, really good high notes. He can handle a very high tessitura, and he can definitely match, Flagstad in terms of volume over, the bashing orchestras, sometimes of Bodancy, or sometimes less bashing in terms of Beecham and stuff. But anyway, from Act 1 duet, he manages to match Flagstad in terms of volume, in terms of power, over the orchestra. The same case for the start of Act 2. Towards the love duet of Act 2, Melchior really starts to show his interpretive, emotive side with really, really beautiful mezza voce, really, really beautiful middle voice, spinning legato lines all around, the orchestra, with beautiful pianissimi at times. Just absolutely amazing, amazing rendition of Tristan's lines in the duet. Towards the end of Act 2 in O König, really impeccable with the best vocal acting from a Tristan that you will ever hear. It isn't just whispering or just completely bland mezza voce singing. It is inhibited, but with incredible vocal acting, with suitable use of mezza voce, and you can hear, the desperation as he implores Isolde to come with him, and his vocal acting is absolutely impeccable. Act 3 monologue, this is where he really, really shines. From the moment he utters his first lines, the state of delirium, you really, really feel that he is Tristan. He has put himself into that situation, starting with a delirium, going into occasional outbursts at the first moment, sustaining tessitura very well with that held on tenor edge, the sharp edge to cut through the orchestra in those outbursts, going back to delirium, going back to, kind of an unconscious state, then reminiscing about Isolde in Visi Selig, all of that. Then towards the very end, towards his death, again more outbursts, more incredible high notes, cutting through the orchestra with his sharp edge. Just an incredible, absolutely perfect held on tenor. Lauritz Melchior. These 10 years of his recorded Tristans before the end of the war were pretty much the same, but every one of them were absolutely perfect. Then we come to Isolde, sung by Kirsten Flagstad. Flagstad's Isolde, I've talked about, her studio recording from 1952. I'd categorize Flagstad's Isolde into the pre-war and the post-war periods. The pre-war period, where she had this massive instrument, she still retained the full size and the full metallic voice, the full beefiness of her voice. That was before 1945, before pre-war, that let's say. Her Isoldes were sung with volume, with fierceness, and with imposing quality. She always had, this massive voice, but there was a rounded edge to it as well. So the narrative isn't just direct attack. There is a lot of, emotion in there as well, because of her rounded tone, because of the marbly middle voice that she has. But more so, she has the vessel, the instrument, to go absolutely wild and fierce in the curse, where she can just blast those B naturals like it's nothing. When she confronts Tristan, same thing at the end of Act 1 duet, massive voice, battling Melchior above the orchestra. That is just, showing an impassioned Isolde, which is not, a a woman that is so easy to back down. She is still a strong one and confrontational one, but one that is impassioned with this massive voice, but a rounded edge. Same thing going into the start of Act 2. She blasts those high Cs with no issue at all before the end of the war, and just massive voice going right against Melchior. Towards the love duet, she tones her voice down a bit with, that rounded edge, as we say, and the marbly middle voice taking over as the main vessel of carrying her voice throughout this love duet. And she manages to sing Isolde's love and the impending night, all of that, with beautiful legato. The size, the volume of the sound is there, but the rounded edge and the legato, the creaminess of the voice is taking over. Then as the love duet builds up until the climax, towards the climax of the love duet, she uses that incredible massive voice again. It breaks down, Act 3, comes back inside, seeing a dying Tristan. She spins her middle voice very well, and at the end with the Liebestod, sometimes it depends on the conductor what she does with the Liebestod. With Artur Bodansky and Fritz Reiner, these conductors with more rough, straightforward, and right at you approach, with a straightforward approach with the orchestra bashing at you, Flagstad would go for the approach of overcoming the orchestra time and time again, and at the end finally blasting through that chord on the A flat, the resolution on Veltatums. That is what Flagstad does with the Liebestod under Bodansky, Reiner, and the like of conductor who would build up an orchestra to a massive climax and throw it right at her. She has the volume for that. She has the capability of doing that, so she does that. While under Beecham and Leinsdorf, conductors who concentrates more on the tone, more on the sound, and not the volume, the size of the orchestra. Under these conductors, she takes the more delirious route, just singing through the Isolde very beautifully, with the volume that she already possesses, but again with the rounded tone, so that she manages to sing, with really, really nice legato in a state of delirium, a state of transfiguration, and ascension and all that. So that is the two ways that she sings the Liebestod under different conductors. That one way or another, her pre-war Isoldes were just absolutely perfect. The post-war Isoldes, which don't feature Melchior, and which I will talk about, later in detail. But let's just go over her post-war Liebestods. Now that she isn't singing Isolde across Melchior, and she lost some size of her instrument, what she does more is spin, her middle voice, her beautiful marbly middle voice, which collapses a bit in volume, but she spins that middle voice incredibly well, with beautiful legato. So what you hear is kind of a thinner voice, but the beauty of the tone is still there. It's not as round, but it is velvety. It is still, spun very, very delicately, interspersed throughout the orchestra, and not just big, round, marbly, massive over the orchestra. The pre-war and post-war Isoldes that Flagstad sing are different vocally, but interpretively they're pretty much the same. So that's Melchior and Flagstad done, and let's get into the recordings themselves, shall we? 1955 with Bodansky at the Metropolitan. Brian Gayen is Karen Branzo, Marke is Ludwig Hoffmann, and Kurvenal is Friedrich Schor. Karen Branzo as Brian Gayen is, well, she is a contralto oriented voice, which means that she has a very rich contralto voice, very dark in nature, but she still has a beautiful timbre to carry her way through stuff like Brangaene's warning. She struggles a bit with the high notes and a bit with the sensitivity girlish facade of the role earlier at 1, but still she has a very gorgeous dark and rich tone as Brangaene. Ludwig Hoffmann is Marke, in one way or another similar to Ludwig Weber. They are not, big, round, sonorous voices, but instead ones that are incredibly interpretive and somewhat thinner, but at the same time are able to produce very, very intense emotion. And Ludwig Hoffmann, along with Ludwig Weber, one of my favorite Marques, and Hoffmann here certainly does not disappoint. He sings Marque's lines with incredible intent, with incredible emotion. Friedrich Schor as Corvenal, in the mid-30s, he wasn't yet in his decline as in the 40s, where Schor was really not at his best form. But here, Schor still had the beauty of tone that you hear at the start of Act 3 across Hans Clemens' Shepherd, and as well as the solid tone that the role requires. The rough vocal acting, the sort of Bayreuth bark is there, but just for the sake of the interpretation of the role, and not that there's anything wrong with his technique. Then, a recording from 1936, conducted by Fritz Reiner with the London Philharmonic Orchestra. Sabine Kalter is Brangaene here, Emanuel Liszt is Marke, Herbert Janssen is Corvenal. Sabine Kalter is a fine Brangaene. Again, it lacks a bit of sensitivity at points, but the timbre itself is one of relative beauty, and it's a nice accompaniment. It's a very modest voice, which is what you would expect from a Brangaene. Emanuel Liszt as Marke. Now, Emanuel Liszt is a voice which is, the kind of deep bass voice, big sonorous voice. But Emanuel Liszt still manages to sing with a lot of emotion, with a lot of intention in the words of Marke. The only drawback is that sometimes Emanuel Liszt sounds a bit choppy, especially when he tries to articulate the words. The style is a bit choppy in and of itself, but there is still a big sonorous tone, and there is a lot of intention, a lot of emotion into singing the lines. Just not as legato as you would want it to be. Herbert Janssen is Corvenal. Now, Herbert Janssen is undoubtedly a great singer, but by the time live recording really was a thing, from the 30s onwards, when his full roles were recorded, he was pretty much past his prime. In the 20s and before that, he is undoubtedly an amazing lyric baritone with a beautiful timbre, but by the time the 30s set in, it was no longer the case. He had resorted to a more rough approach. The beauty of the timbre is gone, and there's a lot barking going on. So, this Corvenal isn't bad, but it's just not one that is particularly beautiful, or one that leaves an impression that much. Fritz Reiner, however, conducts the orchestra with intent. It's not the most beautiful of sounds, but it's straightforward, and the details are there. And that's pretty much it for this recording. Then we have a recording, a very famous one, conducted by Sir Thomas Beecham from 1937 with the London Philharmonic Orchestra. Note that this is not a single recording, but instead two recordings from two different dates. The first recording, featuring Acts 1 and 2 from the 18th of June, has Margaret Klose as Brangaene, Sven Nilsson as Marke, and Herbert Janssen as Corvenal. Margaret Klose is an incredible Brangaene. In Act 1, she sings here with really, really incredible sensitivity. In Act 2, with beautiful, absolutely beautiful tone, a contralto tone that is very rich, very dark, but yet spins Brangaene's lines so beautifully with the beautiful timbre. Absolutely amazing. The Kurvenal here, Herbert Janssen, I've talked about, but he just has a few lines in Act 1, one in Act 2, so that doesn't matter. Sven Nilsson's Marke, he appears on both the 18th and 22nd of June recording, the latter of which I'll talk about in a moment. His Marke in both of these dates are equally well sung. He is a big voice with a depth, with a big sonorous round voice, but is it a warm voice necessarily like the ones of Talvela or Ritterbusch? Not really. It's a bit rough on the ear and a bit choppy, so it's a big sonorous voice, but not the best interpretation wise. As we go on to the 22nd of June recording, which is from 4 days later, that recording features only Acts 2 and 3, with the differences being Brangaene, sung by Karen Branzel, and Kurvenal, sung by Paul Scheffler. Branzel's Brangaene I've talked about, and Paul Scheffler's Marke, here in 1937, is vocally solid, with the beauty of tone required at the very start of Act 3, and vocal acting is there. The roughness required is also there, and it is a really well sung Kurvenal. You might have noticed that there is a duplicate of Act 2 in this, these two recordings. Only one from Act 1, which is 18th, and only one from Act 3, which is 22nd. Which Act 2 I prefer is the one from the 18th, because of a Margaret Klose, which I consider slightly superior to Karen Branzo. So if you only have time for one complete Beecham Tristan, it would be Acts 1 and 2 from the 18th and Act 3 from the 22nd. Beecham's conducting here, let's say, is typical Beecham. Well, he sometimes is a bit underwhelming in terms of the climaxes, the big sounds, but you know that he conducts with intention and really focuses on the setting, the dramatic context of every single note in Wagner's score. So he pays attention to the context and sets the general orchestral sound to fit that. So he also has nice string sounds, and the brass is sometimes a bit underwhelming, but there is a rich orchestral sound to Beecham's conducting here, so all things considered, still pretty good. Then, in 1937 recording from the Metropolitan, again under Bodansky, this one features Kerstin Thorborg as Brangaene, Ludwig Hoffmann repeats his role as Marke, and Julius Huhn is Kurvenal. Now, Kerstin Thorborg's Brangaene is absolutely stunning. Thorborg was, a contralto tone, somewhat like Close. It is rich in nature, round in nature, but for some reason Thorborg finds the way to make it sound attractive, to make it sound young and girlish, while having that rich, deep tone in it. The legato is absolutely superb in Act 2 in Brangaene's Warning. In Act 1, the sensitivity is really spot on, and Kirsten Thorborg, just amazing beauty of tone and amazing sensitivity. It is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, Brangaenes ever recorded. Hoffmann we've gone over. Julius Huhn as Kurvenal, maybe a little bit underwhelming compared to Frederick Shore, but Huhn is still a great bass baritone. These two alternated with the role of Wotan in the 40s and other bass baritone roles at the Met. So Huhn's Kurvenal isn't bad. It is, sometimes a bit undervoiced, but the rough edges are there. The beautiful singing is there. So all things considered, it's pretty good. I realized I missed out on describing Bodansky's conducting for the 35 recording. So here's the description. Bodansky's reading of the score of Tristan und Isolde is absolutely exciting. He doesn't really look at all the details as a Karajan or a Kleiber would, but he manages to create orchestral sound that are big, exciting, right at you, which is direct and, you know, sometimes unsolicited, sometimes it's a bit raw in terms of the orchestral sound, but in the quiet parts he keeps the tension very well, and in the big parts, in the big sounds, he really unleashes the orchestra, letting it go, especially in the Liebestod, the way he releases the chord in the resolution in Veltatums is absolutely stunning. She allows Flagstad to blast through the orchestra, separating the tsunami, as I like to call it, and is really a Tristan and Isolde that is superbly conducted. For 1938, we're back at the Metropolitan again with Bodansky. Branzo is Marangone, Emmanuel Liszt is Marke, and Julius Huhn is Corvenal. We're not going over, you know, each of these singers because they're pretty much the same as their previous recordings, which I have gone over. In 1940, Bodansky steps down with Tristan and replaced by Erich Leinsdorf. Leinsdorf doesn't, you know, create those massive sounds that Bodansky creates, but it's still straightforward. The layering is very clear by Leinsdorf. He doesn't take extreme tempos. He keeps the tension going. He keeps the drama, pushes it onwards. And sometimes you would consider it a bit rushing, but it's the way to keep the dramatic tension to keep going. And Kirsten Thorberg is Berengayane, Julius Huhn is Kurvenal. Marke in this recording is originally sung by Emmanuel Liszt, but for whatever reason, the guy releasing this recording under his label decided to replace Liszt's lines with that of Alexander Kipnis, a broadcast from the next year, 1941, which I would go over. Frankly, well, I still prefer Kipnis to Liszt, but that is just ridiculous. Why would you go and tamper with a perfectly fine recording by replacing a singer with a completely different recording just because you don't like the singer? That doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, that's what we have. We're missing Emmanuel Liszt's Marke from 1940, but it doesn't matter. We still have, you know, a ton of other recordings of Emmanuel Liszt's Marke. So we would be talking about the 1941 recording. Again, it's Leinsdorf. This, however, has Alexander Kipnis as Marke, as said, and the rest of the cast is the same. Kipnis Marke. Kipnis is a beautiful voice. Has a voice of a Stradivarius, as people like to call him. It is not the most, you know, deep booming tone that you would get, but it is a velvety one, a one that has really, really good legato, a very beautiful voice, capable of conveying emotion really well without overdoing it, without, you know, hysterical vocal acting. It is gentle, it is subtle, but the legato and the conveying of the emotion of Kipnis is just incredible in the role of Marke. You know, he was always considered a leader singer. He was mainly a leader singer, and here we have Marke's monologue, which is basically just a really long, you know, song-like narrative for Marke, and it really sits really well with Alexander Kipnis' beautiful voice. Absolutely glorious Marke. Another slight change here is we have Emery Darcy as Melo here, and also the young sailor, and I like Darcy's voice, so why not? We move on to Melchior's next recording of the opera, but this time it is across the Great Isolde in the form of Helen Traubel, and in fact this inclusion will be 3 recordings featuring Helen Traubel as Isolde. These 3 recordings are from 1943 across Melchior, as I've said, from 1946 across Svanholm, and from 1950 across Ramon Vinay. And here are the casts. We firstly have the 43 recording, live from Teatro Colón, conducted by Fritz Busch. Melchior and Traubel are Tristan and Isolde respectively. Lydia Kinderman is Brangaene, Emmanuel List is Marke, and Herbert Janssen sings Corvinal. For our next one, again conducted by Fritz Busch, this time is from 1946. At the Metropolitan. Sets Vanholm is Tristan, Traubel is Isolde, Margaret Horshaw is Brangaene, Deso Ernster is Marke, and Joel Berglund is Corvinal. And for our last Traubel inclusion, it is from 1950, again from the Metropolitan, this time conducted by Fritz Reiner. Ramon Vinay is Tristan, Traubel is Isolde, Blanche Thebaum is Brangaene, Sven Nilsson Marke, and Paul Schiffler is Corvinal. Starting off with the 1943 from Teatro Colón, we have Melchior here, and I've talked about how Melchior's pre-war Tristans were all basically the same, so I'm not going to go into detail. However, let me introduce Helen Traubel's Isolde. We know Traubel as a big metallic voice. Sometimes we associate her with an inadequate top, which it's right, it's facts, but does it affect the interpretation of the role of Isolde that much? I don't think so, because Traubel had an absolutely glorious metallic edge to her voice, which made her Act 1 encounter the narrative and curse, and then the confrontation with Tristan is absolutely electrifying, because the metallic edge, the Wagnerian sound is just amazing. You can hear the fierce attacks that she fearlessly puts on when she confronts Tristan. Well into Act 2, we of course have the start of a very, very rapturous duet starting off, maybe a little bit short on the high notes, but that's one thing. Carrying on into the love duet, she sings with cautiousness, but also with a lot of subtlety, and you know that she pays a lot of details into the emotion and the character of Isolde, so that the role doesn't seem all that girlish. It still seems like the Irish princess who, has a strong personality, and that's what Traubel gives to the role of Isolde. Well, we have 3 recordings here, one from 43, 46, and 50. I would say that Traubel was in best form in the 43 recording, and by the time the latter 2 were recorded, her voice was in quite a bit of decline. However, the metallic Wagnerian soprano sound is still intact. It's just that her high notes became more and more unstable, I would say. Moving on with the 43 recording, we have Lydia Kinderman as Abrangaene. Again, not a particularly, rich or dark sound, but a very beautiful timbre with nice legato. Makes for a good Brangaene. Emmanuel List's Marke and Herbert Janssen's. In these 2 roles I've covered already. For the 46 recording, we welcome a new singer to this video in the form of Set Svanholm's Tristan. What should I say about Svanholm? He is a very interesting singer because, like Windgassen, he had a white voice, or a voice that is, sort of more suited for buffo Hildentiner roles, such as Herodes, or Aegisto, or whatever. But let's just say that Svanholm did not suffer from the same problems as Windgassen, because Svanholm had a very sharp and metallic edge. He had a, sharp edge that could cut through the orchestra easily. Adding to that is the very nice vocal acting, given the whiteness somehow adds to the vocal acting of the role in such excerpts like O König or Wie sie Selig. And that is why Svanholm's Tristan is more effective than Windgassen's, because not only does he have the vocal acting of Windgassen in these excerpts, he also has a metallic edge that can carry his voice over the orchestra, or rather cut through it, making his Act 3 monologue absolutely superb, because his sharp edge manages to create the outburst effect very well in those little outburst sections, but for the majority of it in a kind of delirious state, he delivers that very well, conveys it very well with the vocal acting, with the sort of whiteness of the voice. For the more delicate parts like the love duet, or some of the more fierce parts such as the confrontation, he fades a little bit in contrast with Helen Traubel, but he really has, a nice way of using the whiteness of his voice to create some beautiful tones in the Love Duet, which is difficult to fabricate. Certainly has the similarities to Windgassen, but a much better Tristan than Windgassen is, in my opinion. Yeah, Trouble here, so glorious tone, metallic, sharp-edged, just a little bit short on some high notes. We have Margaret Harshaw here as Brangaine. She, in 10 years, would be singing the title role of Isolde, but here, her Brangaine, it is exceptional because that Harshaw is known for the creaminess of her tone, the beauty, the legato, and the marbly quality of the tone itself. So here, her Brangaine, in her early mezzo years, she still doesn't sound like a mezzo. She never did, but the marbly quality of the voice gives a very, very beautiful Brangaine with very nice legato, very creamily sung. The first act, she shows exceptional sensitivity as well. So you just don't consider it a mezzo voice, a dark, rich voice that permeates the orchestra. It's not that, but it's a very well sung, more soprano-ish Brangaine, which is very beautiful, very marbly in quality. Deso Ernster as Marke. Now I've said that there are, two variants to Marquez. One is a big, deep, booming voice. One is a thinner voice, but with more room for conveying emotion. Ernster is the latter. While his voice isn't, the biggest, the roundest, or the warmest, he shows fragility in the very emotionally conveying part of the role Marquis, of course, and his voice isn't too small or too fragile to sing the role as well. He maintains the imposing quality, he maintains the regality of the role while having the fragility of kind of a thinner voice makeup for not having a big warm or sonorous tone, and that's Ernster's Marke. Joel Berglund's Kurvenal, a very solid tone with great high notes. There is a little bit of leeway for some beauty of tone at the start of Act 3. The roughness of the voice, however, is a little bit lacking, but you wouldn't want too rough a Corvinal, but you would always want one with a very solid tone and nice high notes. Just all around a very good Corvinal. Melon here is Emery Darcy, and yeah, I've said about Darcy before. Fritz Busch, the conductor in these two recordings, his Tristan isn't as masterfully read. He doesn't really go into all the details, all the little details of Wagner's score, but he manages to create the big sound, the big Wagnerian metallic sound that we're familiar with and that we're looking for. The climaxes are there. There's this tension throughout the orchestra that's well kept throughout a kind of rougher but still a big sound from the orchestra. For our next recording from 1950, this is with Fritz Reiner conducting Vinay's Tristan I've talked about, the one from 52 under Karajan. This one is 2 years earlier than that, but his voice hasn't changed much throughout these 2 years. Still a baritonal quality with a sharp held and tenor edge to it, very easy high notes, very heroically sung. One of my absolute favorite Tristans, matched really well with Traubel's Isolde here, because Traubel, again, she is a dark quality of the tone, just like Vinay. She also has a metallic edge of the tone, just like Vinay. The only thing is that Traubel is sometimes lacking in the high notes. However, her Isolde here is still, magnificent. The Liebestod here under Reiner is exceptionally sung. Reiner creating big sounds, big climaxes, and Trowell fearlessly attacking and tackling every one of these big climaxes. And this metallic edge really helps her cut open the orchestra, the kind of rough but big sounds of Reiner, and it really helps Vinay and Traubel making this performance a really exciting, electrifying performance of Tristan and Isolde. Not one that blends particularly well in terms of the beauty of harmony, but one that is certainly a very exciting performance, especially with the conducting of Reiner. Blanche Stabums, Sven Nilsson, and Paul Schöffler. In these three particular roles I've already covered before. And they're still their usual selves here in this recording. And Thomas Hayward is a competent young sailor as well. Ramon Vinay features as Tristan in our last recording that we covered, and our next inclusion, the third one, is going to be a medley of recordings featuring Ramon Vinay in the title role, except for the two that we've already talked about. And we have one from 1953 under Eugene Joachim from Bayreuth Festival, one from 1958 conducted by Fritz Diedry at the Metropolitan, one from 1959 conducted by Ferdinand Leitner at the Concertgebouw, and the one from 1960 at the Metropolitan conducted by Carl Böhm. I've said that Vinay, towards the start of the 50s, he had this metallic edge and fierce attack that was accompanied by the baritonal timbre that he had, making him a very ideal Tristan. That more or less faded by the mid-50s, and after that he started to struggle a bit with the high notes, losing that metallic edge, but retaining and developing on the baritonal timbre that he had, making the outburst and the confrontational scenes somewhat less believable because there's less of this attack, less of this metallic edge to it. However, the baritonal quality that he worked on, that he put focus on, makes the love duet the more delicate parts and the more delirious parts, making it exceptional with the baritonal timbre that he had. The first one we have here, conducted by Eugene Joachim at 1953, still possesses Vinay with that sharp edge, with that held and tender quality that we have here, similar to the 50 and 52 recordings that we've talked about. Astrid Varnay is the Isolde here across Vinay's Tristan. Varnay, of course, is one of my favorite Wagnerian sopranos of all time, but I just don't think Isolde was her role, and evidently she thought so as well, because she only performed the role of Isolde a few times throughout her career. And the reason behind that is because Varney has a naturally acidic quality to voice. It is evident in the kind of wide vibrato and just a sort of acidic quality to her tone, which really isn't, what you're looking for in an Isolde in particular. Isolde is a very expressive character with the love duets and the Liebestod. All of that is extremely expressive. The acidic tone reminds you of a ferocious Valkyrie, like a Brunhilde or a mother-killing Electra, and not Isolde. But I must say that this acidic quality makes Isolde's Act 1 very believable. Varney sings an exceptional Act 1 here with the narrative and curse, because that's the confrontational quality that Isolde needs in Act 1. However, Act 2 and 3 are not to the same effect. So all in all, I wouldn't say that Vernai's Isolde is bad at all, but it's just not to most people's tastes, not to mine as well. Ira Malaniuk is Brangaene. I've talked about that. Ludwig Weber as Marke also. Gustav Neidlinger as Corvinal. Now, Neidlinger is an absolutely exceptional Wagner baritone and an exceptional character singer. Here in Corvinal, the same as well. He has the beauty of tone, evidently, as we can hear in his hand sax. He puts that into good use at the start of Act 3. The solid tone that he possesses isn't the richest, the fullest, the biggest, like Berglund or Shore, but the solidity of the tone is still there. The roughness that Corvinal needs, he does that very well with his kind of sharp-edged voice, plus the vocal acting, making him, the famous Albrecht that he is, putting that quality into the role of Corvinal as well. So all in all, Neidlinger is one of my absolute favorite Corvinals. With Vinay Weber and Neidlinger here, just an exceptional recording. Gerhard Stolte here is the shepherd. Eugene Tobin sings the young sailor. Very, very great tenor who is, underrated, under-recorded. He sings the young sailor's few lines very well. Theo Adam is the steersman here. This should be the kind of roles that he would have sung throughout his career. That consists of just one line instead of the thousands of lines that Wotan has to sing. Just my opinion, of course. Next recording, 1958, at the Metropolitan with Fritz Steedry. For our next three recordings, 58, 59, and 60, Ramon Vinay, his Tristan here has lost the kind of metallic quality, as I've mentioned, and the focus he puts on making the beauty of tone stand out throughout his baritonal quality is exceptional. So, perhaps the great, outbursts aren't as exciting, as electrifying as his previous Tristans were, but in these three recordings, you can really hear the beauty of the tone with the baritonal timbre that he makes in, the Act 2 Love Duet, or the legato, the mezza voce is exceptionally sung. In such excerpts like O König, like Avisi Selig, especially Act 3 monologue, the more delirious parts, his vocal acting with the baritonal timbre, with the dark voice, is just exceptional. Having, talked about Vinay, we move on to Isolde here in the 58 Stevie recording in the form of Margaret Horgel. Her Brangaena, I've talked about. Her Isolde is also, somewhat the same. It's still a very creamy timbre, incredible legato, very beautifully sung with a marbly quality, an exceptional Liebestod, and exceptional in the love duet, blending with Vinay's baritonal timbre very, very well, and there's a very beautiful harmony between Vinay and Harshal here. But one would complain that she doesn't show enough confrontational quality, doesn't show enough fierceness in that one when she confronts Tristan. That's because she was never that kind of voice. She was always a beautiful, creamy toned voice, which suits the role of Isolde in Act 2 and 3, not so much in Act 1. Blanche Thébaum here as Brangaene, certainly not as well sung as her earlier ones in 1950 and 1952, because her voice has become rougher at this point, a bit older and a bit more rough on the ear, less refined on the edges. Otto Edelman is Marke here. Edelman is a great singer, but he just lacks the ability to sing the movingness of a role like Marke very well. What he sings are Hans Sachs or Baron Ochs, all of that, but there just isn't enough moving quality enough beauty of tone for the role of Marke. The voice itself is a little bit too thin and too light as well. Walter Castle as Corvinal, well sung, but not, exceptional, or, of very high merit, but still well sung. A very solid tone, no problem with the high notes. The roughness is there when it's needed, but not, the most exceptional Corvinal we've heard. Calvin Marsh as Maylot, however, is a very well sung Maylot. The few lines of the characters delivered well with his baritone voice. Paul Frank is the shepherd, Ozzy Hawkins the steersman, and the young sailors' few lines are sung masterfully by Robert Nagy. Fritz Deidre leads the orchestra well, with big sounds, big climaxes. He also pays attention to little details, just that there is not much personal flair or beauty of tone, exceptional beauty in this recording, but it's textbook. It's what Wagner would want. So yeah. Then 1959 from the Concertgebouw, conducted by Ferdinand Leitner. This has the same three leads as 7 years ago at the Bayreuth with Karajan, Vinay Mödel, and Melaniuk. Marke this time is Joseph Grindel, and Corvinal is Gustav Neudlinger. Vinay and Mödel, both of them here were in serious vocal decline. Vinay would switch to baritone in 2 years, Mödel to mezzo in 1 year, I believe. But yeah, both of them sound strained on this recording. The beauty of tone is still intact in both of their voices, especially in the middle voice, such as the Love Duet, where there isn't really a lot of high notes required for the majority of it. But, the confrontational parts, both singers have lost their metallic edges. The attack, the fierceness of the tone is gone. There isn't much metallic quality as you would want in a Wagner singer. The Love Duet is beautifully blended with the baritone quality and the mezzo quality of Vinay and Mödel respectively. A very nice harmony, but once it gets closer and closer to climax, more high notes coming in, it just sounds more and more strained. Towards the end of the opera, Mödel kind of runs out of breath for her Liebesott as well, so and Ira Malaniuk has Brangaene. Again, she's just getting older here, and the beauty of the tone is no longer as prevalent as it was in the current recording. So Vinay Mödel and Malaniuk, all three were much better in the Karajan recording, but here they're not bad either. Just in comparison with the Karajan is not as good. Joseph Grandel's Marke, I've talked about his problems. Gustav Neudlinger as Corvinal, I've talked about how good he is, so I won't go into detail. For our last one, this is from 1960, live from the Metropolitan. Vinay as Tristan, Birgit Nilsson as Isolde, Irene Dallas as Brangaene, Jerome Hines as Marke, Walter Castle as Corvinal, Calvin Marsh, Maylot, Paul Franke, the shepherd, Louis Garro, the steersman, and Charles Anthony, the young sailor. So this was actually recorded in the following performance, just a few days after the famous 3 Tristan performance. The performance where Act 1, 2, and 3 were sung by 3 different Tristans, Vinay, Carl Liebel, and Albert Acosta. Vinay made a recovery to sing the entire role a few days later, and this is the recording of it. The beauty of the tone is very much present, contrasted by the sort of clearer, more crystalline tone of Birgit Nilsson's Isolde. They make a great blend, the dark quality, baritone quality of Vinay and the crystalline quality of Nilsson's Isolde in Love Duet. However, it's again, Vinay is very close to returning to baritone repertoire. The high notes are still intact, but at points strained, and the metallic edge is just not there, so not as preferable to his 50 and 52 recordings of the role. Birgit Nilsson's ISOLDE I will leave until last in order to make a better connection to my next inclusion, which are all Nilsson recordings. So let's talk about Iron Dallas's Rangana first. Beautiful tone, beautiful legato, showing, signs of sensitivity as well in Act 1. One drawback is that it would not be rich and dark enough a tone for a true mezzo. After all, Dallas and Nilsson were competing for the Lady Macbeth just a few years later after this. Jerome Hines as Marke, absolutely glorious voiced. Hines has the depth, the big round booming voice, as we say for Marke. He has the depth, he has the darkness of the voice, he has the size of the voice, but he also has really beautiful legato, beautiful tone, and the expression, the vocal acting, the emotion, the emotive quality that he puts into the role is absolutely exceptional. And Jerome Hines as Marke is really well sung. I really love it. Walter Castle is again Corvinal, Calvin Morris is Maylot, Charles Anthony sings the young sailor's line quite well. Carl Böhm here is the conductor. This is not at Bayreuth, so he does a bit more with the orchestration. He lets fly the orchestra at points, because at Bayreuth, like the earlier 66 recording I talked about, he knows where the limit is, and he always brings the orchestra right up to that limit, sustaining it in order to keep the tension of the performance going. Outside of Bayreuth, he can do a bit more with the orchestra. And the same case goes with Birgit Nilsson, who I will start the new chapter about here. Now, there are a ton of recordings of Birgit Nilsson's ISOLDE, and that's why I've compiled them while putting them into two separate inclusions. The first one being recordings of TRISTAN and ISOLDE featuring Birgit Nilsson alone, without Wolfgang Windgassen as her partner. These all take place outside of Bayreuth. The second inclusion will be the ones that she sung across Wolfgang Windgassen, the majority of which took place at Bayreuth. We all know that Bayreuth Festival is a very strict and a very holy place for Wagner, so you can't just do whatever you want to do at Bayreuth. That's why for Nilsson, there were two interpretations of the role of Isolde, or rather, should I say, two curves in the interpretation of the role of Isolde, one non-Bayreuth and one Bayreuth. Obviously, for the non-Bayreuth ones, it would be more direct, more unrestrained singing by Nilsson, and the curve of her non-Bayreuth Isoldes, starting from 1957, was that she was very fierce in Act 1, just very direct. In Act 2, in the Love Duet as well, she would go for everything, really unrestrained singing, blasting the high notes at full volume, and towards the end, towards the Liebestod, she would fight with the orchestra and blast open that resolution, like always. It's a curve that, when she had the vocal ability to do so, she would always do so. But moving into the mid-60s, around 1965, when she started singing the role of Electra, and her voice was steadily, very slowly but very steadily on a vocal decline, she would resort more to, to interpretation. There was more mixed voice, there was more coordinated chest voice, it was much more careful singing. Starting from 1965 towards 1967, by that point where her vocal cords were starting to lose its stability, she would engage a little bit more, coordinating the chest voice, while still putting a lot of emphasis on the attack and on singing an unrestrained way. So throughout her career, non-Bayreuth Isoldes, it was direct and attacked, um, unrestrained in singing, and the coordinated chest voice, the fragility, the carefulness in the singing only started occurring after her vocal cords started to go downhill and started declining. For her Bayreuth Isoldes, however, it was always very cautious from the very start. From 1957, her first Bayreuth Isolde, there was already a lot of coordinated chest voice, a very dark toned Isolde, very gentle, and there was not a lot of attacks, not a lot of fierceness in Act 1 in the curse, in her confrontation with Tristan towards the end of Act 1, also the start of Act 2, where in non-Bayreuth, she would have, really fierce attacks on those high Cs, as well as the climax of the love duet. At Bayreuth, she never, went full out, all out with the attack, with the metallic edge of her voice. Even in the late 50s, where she had the vocal capability to do so, she always toned it down and made sure that legato was there, the dark tone was there, and it was a very cautious Isolde, right from the very start to the very end. With the Liebestod, she also never did any direct attacks, never tried to overcome the orchestra. It was all very delirious and very long legato line with all dark tones, with a lot of coordinated chest voice, a lot of mixed voice, and not a lot of head voice and attack and all that, which she would do outside of Bayreuth. So that was the case from 1957 until 1964, where we start to hear signs of her head voice, with more attack, slight more attack. However, she still kept the cautiousness in the interpretation of the role. That means there was still, coordinated chest voice there. The clarity, the head voice, the crystalline quality was still not very prevalent to be heard. And there we come to our 1966 commercial recording, which I said was at its equilibrium, where she had, still rich tones, coordinated chest voiced, a mature reading of the role, but also there were elements of the clear, crystalline head voice, the attacks on the high notes, and the overcoming and confrontation of the orchestra and Tristan during, Act 1, during the Liebestod, all of that. So it is the equilibrium, as I would say. Afterwards, from 1967 onwards, she still sang at Bayreuth until 1970, but those were already in vocal decline, and she struggled to keep up with, those direct attacks. Although she tried to put more emphasis on it, she still did not, get the full attacks out the way she would do a few years ago. However, she still kept the coordinated chest voice, the dark tone, until, the very last Isoldes that she sang at Bayreuth. And so those are the non-Bayreuth and Bayreuth curves of Nilsson's Isolde. And now we can get into the recordings. Starting with the non-Windgassen recordings, we have our first one, the Böhm 60, which we've already talked about. I haven't talked about Nilsson's part yet, and here is the summary of Nilsson's performance in that particular recording, and it is absolutely electrifying. The high B naturals in the chorus in that one are absolutely electrifying. Just blasted up from her throat. Same for the two high Cs at the start of Act 2. The love duet is sung masterfully with the crystalline timbre across Vinay's baritonal timbre. One would argue that there is not enough legato, not enough middle voice. It's like a spinning, smooth, velvety tone as you would hear at Bayreuth, but you can not argue that Nilsson is not in absolute top form vocally in this performance, carrying all the way into the Liebestod, where she is just having a blatant fight with Böhm over who can sound the loudest over one another. And of course, eventually, Nilsson blasts through the orchestra with that A flat on Welt Atoms, and it is an absolutely electrifying performance from Nilsson. Personally, I consider this her best Isolde vocally, not interpretively though. And we move on to our next performance, which is from 1961, again from the Metropolitan. This time it's conducted by Joseph Rosenstock. Carl Liebel is Tristan this time, but the rest of the cast is the same. Arjen Dallas as Brangane, Jerome Hines as Marke, and Walter Castle as Corvinal. Now, Carl Liebel's Tristan is an interesting one, because he did not necessarily have the heft, the beefiness of, let's say, Vinayu or Vickers even, but the voice had a kind of shimmering, shiny edge, a silvery edge, I shall say. Not like necessarily a sharp one, a metallic one that can cut through the orchestra, like Svanholm, but the voice itself is shiny in nature, it's shimmering, and whilst it's not the most fierce, like the most direct voice, most heroic voice, Carl Liebel's Tristan provides a bit of vocal beauty as well as some vocal acting as well. Somewhat reminiscent of Windgassen, but of course his voice is much more appealing than Windgassen's voice, because Carl Liebel had a kind of shiny timbre, and that makes it quite an impressive Tristan, because there is the Helden tenor quality. In Act 1, when he confronts Nilsson, of course he loses in terms of volume, but into Act 2 with the Love Duet, he is able to really make it sound beautiful with his shiny silvery timbre. At his O König, he is able to act vocally and very vividly. Into Act 3 with the big monologue, he works those outbursts well with his slightly sharper top, but also has great emotive intensity in such excerpts like Visi Zilish, and very nice vocal acting as well. So all in all, Carl Liebel, it might not be your cup of tea, your perfect Tristan, but it is a very balanced performance of the role. Birgit Nilsson here, same theater, 1 year after the Carl Böhm performance from 1960, so pretty much the same in terms of the volume, the attack, the directness and fierceness of the role of Isolde. And the other three I'm not going to talk about, because it's basically from the same run of performances. Joseph Rosenstock here, you might consider his conducting a bit underwhelming. There just isn't a wow factor to it, but it's textbook. It's, there's nothing wrong with his conducting per se. It just doesn't appeal, or it just doesn't have a wow factor. Then 1963, again from the Metropolitan, with an exact same cast, with the Tristan from 1961 just now, except for George Shirley substituting for Charles Anthony as the young sailor, so that's a big plus. George Shirley being an amazing lyric tenor voice. However, the rest of the cast is the same, but Georg Schulte conducts here. Let's just say that Schulte's conducting is unimpressive. Very rough at the big sounds. When the orchestra really needs to get big, producing a massive sound, you don't get that. You only get the brass, which is very underwhelming, very thin and rough on the ears. And when it comes to the smaller parts, or the kind of more delicate, more fragile parts with quieter sounds, the orchestral sound is just absent, and it's just a very underwhelming reading of the score by Schulte. Was never a big fan of him. Carl Liebel keeps up his form, Birgit Nilsson as well, although by 1963 she is very, very slowly shifting into kind of more interpretively based performance, which brings us to our 1965 performance, conducted by Otmar Sweetner, with the Orquesta Sinfónica de Venezuela, at the Teatro Municipal de Caracas. This has Jess Thomas as Tristan, Birgit Nilsson is ISOLDE, Irene Dallas is again Brangaene, Leif Roar sings Corvinal, and Giorgio Tozzi is Marke. Now, just Thomas Tristan is a very interesting one. He recorded Lohengrin, the very famous recording with Rudolf Kempe the year before, and here, as Tristan, he retains that silvery, shiny tone with a lyric tenor edge, but also the sufficient sharp quality to cut through the orchestra. So, Jess Thomas's Tristan is one of beauty, of shiny, shimmering quality, with high notes that are more colorful than Liebel's somewhat white timbre. And Jess Thomas's Tristan really works well in the love duet sections where he has to show fragility, the delicate quality of the voice, and he does well with the vocal beauty, the legato of the tone. Again, great vocal acting in the more mezza voce parts like O König, like Wie selig, but he also does not lose the confrontational quality with the help of a sharp ringing quality, held in tenor ringing edge in Act 1. So Jess Thomas is not the biggest voice for Tristan, not a most heroic or baritonal, but a balanced Tristan, somewhat like Liebel, but more impressive than Carl Liebel, because Jess Thomas's voice encompasses way more colors, way more tones than Liebel does. Nilsson's ISOLDE here in 1965, 1 year before the Böhm commercial recording at Bayreuth, which I consider her greatest overall. Here she is in absolutely glorious form as well. I say that her non-Bayreuth performances are more, unconstrained, and you can really hear that here with, the very fierce attack, the directness in Act 1 with the curse, and at the start of Act 2 with those high Cs. But dissimilar to her earlier non-Bayreuth performances, her ISOLDE here encompasses some of the interpretive qualities we hear from her early Bayreuth performances as well. That is to say, the engagement of a darker tone, more coordinated chest voice, more middle voice, instead of the clear and laser beam like head voice that she uses in her earlier non-Bayreuth ISOLDEs. So her ISOLDE here not only has the directness and the fierceness of the early non-Bayreuth performances, but also a very beautiful, dark, and rich tone that she would do at Bayreuth with a bit more caution and a bit more delicate manner. So it is a very balanced and a very impressive ISOLDE that she sings here in 1965. I would consider it second only to the commercial performance, which has better sonics, and of course she would be on top form there because it's a commercial release. This performance from Caracas, however, is very similar in terms of the vocal quality, the attack she uses, like the balance between the attack, the fierceness, and the interpretive quality, the dark tone, the legato, the beauty of tone that she has in the Bayreuth performances. So a really impressive ISOLDE by Nilsson here at Venezuela. Irene Dallas, the usual Brangaene. Leif Roar is a bit rough as Corvinal, but I won't blame him for being that rough because that's how the role goes. Giorgio Tozzi as Marche, one of the most beautiful bass voices that we have ever heard. The imposing quality is there, as well as the regality, the big sizable beefy tone is present, but also some really beautiful tones, beautiful mezza voce, and very moving interpretively with a lot of emotive performance by Giorgio Tozzi here, a very first class Marche. Ottmar Sweetner here conducts the orchestra well. He'd go to Bayreuth in a year to conduct parts of the Ring, and textbook performance by Sweetener, but he creates big sounds and great climaxes as well, so that's a plus. Then our next non-Bayreuth performance, or non-Windgassen performance, shall I say, is from 1967. This one is conducted by Karl Böhm with the Vienna Philharmonic at the Staatsoper. Jess Thomas is again the Tristan here, Birgit Nilsson is Isolde, Ruth Hesse is Brangayene, Marti Talveda is Marke, Otto Wiener, Kurvenal, Ride Bunger is Mela, the Shepherd is Peter Klein, Harald Progloff is the steersman, and the Young Sailor is sung by Anton der Mota. So, with Jess Thomas in the cast again, he is still in very, very fine form in this performance. The same, however, cannot be said for Birgit Nilsson's Isolde, because what I've said is that she basically peaked in this role in the 66 commercial recording. After that, her vocal cords started to show signs of decline, and that is what you get here in this performance from 1967. I've said that in 1965, she engaged more, interpretive quality, just in case her voice fails her. But here, when her voice really starts to show signs of fatigue, she does not focus a lot on the interpretive quality as she would have prepared in the 65 recording. Instead, she focuses on, getting every note right and getting the biggest volume possible, so as not to get drowned by Karl Böhm's orchestra. Obviously, he's not at Bayreuth, so he can be more unrestrained, Karl Böhm, with his orchestra. That's why Nilsson puts quite a lot of emphasis here to get the biggest sound possible, and sometimes that means some acidic tones, some, forced high notes, and all in all, it's just not a very natural, a very flowing and comfortable Isolde to the ear for Birgit Nilsson. And just because she tries to put all her emphasis on the vocal production, there is no, dark tone, legato, beauty of tone that she had engaged in the 65 at Venezuela. And we wouldn't hear any of that afterwards as well, because maybe she anticipated that the interpretive quality would make up for her failing vocal performance. However, what happened is that when her vocals really started to fail her, she instinctively tried to fix it more and more, and instead put more emphasis on the vocal production instead of the interpretive quality. And that's what happened to Birgit Nilsson's Isolde post-66, post-commercial recording. And that is not only non-Bayreuth performance, Bayreuth performances as well became more vocally oriented, not in the sense that there is more direct attacks, more unrestrained singing, but more emphasis on trying to get the vocal goods correct, and by doing so sacrificing the interpretive quality of the role. Ruth Hesse here as Brangayene. She's not, a typical mezzo voice, but a very interesting one. It is at points acidic in quality. It's thin, but it shows great signs of sensitivity, especially in Act 1. And when required, she can also produce beautiful flowing tones with legato, like in Act 2. The Einsamwachen is beautifully sung, just not a typical rich mezzo voice. Marti Talvela's Marke here is as great as it gets. Otto Wiener as Kurvenau, slightly white. The voice is slightly white, slightly thin for the role of Kurvenau, which means there is more barking than would normally be preferred. But after all, this is not a particularly beautiful role that you have to sing. So Wiener's Kurvenal is acceptable. It does not, cause any problems. And Anton der Mota is a nice addition as the young sailor, although I'm never a big fan of his because his voice is just not very beautiful. It's white and there's nothing special to it. Then, our next recording, we jump to 1971 from the Teatro Cologne, conducted by Horst Stein. John Vickers is her Tristan here, Grace Hoffman, her Brangaene, Franz Krass is Marke, and Norman Middleman is Kurvenal. So by 1971, Nilsson's Isolde, I said that she tried to put more emphasis into the vocal performance, which still remains true up to the 70s. In the 271 recordings, which I will talk about, and the 72 radio recording, her vocal form is still acceptable. The attack is still there. The directness of tone is still there. It is not any worse than the mid-60 performances or the late 60 performances. Although in 1973, her vocal cords really start to loosen and there was more instability of tone, and it became more and more thin and acidic. However, in these two 1971 recordings and the 1972 recording that we are talking about now, she does not show those vocal fatigue problems, just that she was not able to have that clear, electrifying performance that was so exciting in the late 50s to early 60s. And these are the early 70s Nilsson Isoldes. Again, there is not much interpretive value here because she is more or less trying to get the tone out, get the held on soprano tone to deliver to the audience. And so John Vickers is her Tristan. I've talked about Vickers' advantages and shortcomings in the role. Same case here. Grace Hoffman as Brangaene is a name that we will be seeing very often in our following recordings at Bayreuth. And her Brangaene is a very special one because in Act 1, where she needs to sound girlish and fragile, sensitive, she sounds, smaller than Nilsson, lighter than Nilsson, to really showcase that sensitive quality of her voice. But once into Act 2, she unleashes this rich, dark tone, which is glorious, a very luscious tone, and a very rich one, and that, sings Brangane's lines very well, putting that and carrying that onto Act 3. So there's this amazing contrast between the young, thin, sensitive quality in Act 1 and the rich, luscious quality afterwards. And Grace Hoffman is just a top Brangaene. Yeah, her interpretation of the role and her vocal goods pretty much didn't vary a lot throughout her career, so I'm not going to talk a lot about Hoffman's Brangaene afterwards, since I've introduced her here. Franz Krass is Marke, a slightly thinner sound, not, a typical big bass a la Talvela, but this thin sound provided a lot of fragility, a lot of emotional space, a lot of emotive quality for him to really showcase the movingness of the role, the touchingness of the role, and the regality of the role is there as well. He might not have, the biggest, deepest bass voice, but the thinner quality allows for a more emotional quality, emotional interpretation of the role. Norman Middleman as Corvinal is honestly nothing special. And Horst Stein, I've said that he's a great conductor. He has, great climaxes, big sounds, and he is able to sustain the tension throughout the orchestra, but it's just at times lacking the wow factor that you would want in a reading of the score of Wagner. Next, again from 1971, this one is a broadcast from the Metropolitan, conducted by Eric Leinsdorf. Jess Thomas is Tristan here, Irene Dallas as Brangaene, Giorgio Tozzi as Marque, William Dooley as Corvinal, Ron McWhirter Maylod, and The Young Sailor is sung by Leo Goeke. Now, Nilsson's Isolde is pretty much the same as the 71 at Cologne that I just talked about. Jess Thomas as Tristan. a bit of vocal decline we can hear from this 1971 performance. His voice was getting significantly thicker, more baritonal, and even rough on the edge. So it's a different Tristan than you would hear in 1965. However, the baritone quality has its advantages, a more moving performance of the role, but just the outbursts with, the sharp quality needed, the silvery quality needed, that is getting less and less present in his voice. In 5 years, he would be singing Siegfried and Götterdämmerung at Bayreuth as well. So, yeah, a slightly matured and darkened Jess Thomas voice here. Birgit Nilsson as Isolde. Still strong, going strong vocally, just lacking in interpretive quality. Irene Dallas as Brangayane. Yeah, nothing really special. I've already talked about her. Giorgio Totti as Marque. A few years after the Caracas performance, reunited with Thomas and Nilsson. His Marque is still every bit as emotionally engaging, but by the 70s he started to take on more bass baritone roles, higher and higher roles. So the sort of really dark, luscious quality of the voice is slowly fading away. But it doesn't matter, because Tozzi is still one of the most emotionally interpretive markers that you will ever hear. William Dooley as Corvinal, very weak voice. I don't know how he became a Metropolitan star. I don't know. He just doesn't sound like a baritone, and very rough edges, very screechy to the ear. I don't like it at all. The rest of the cast is okay. Leinsdorf, in the 70s, is, it doesn't have the more exciting quality that he would have in his 40s Tristans. This was 30 years after the Flagstad Melchior Tristans that he conducted, but he still manages the tension in the orchestra very well, and he can produce big sounds, just not as refined as they would get earlier, and not as exciting. Next, we have a 1972 recording conducted by Zubin Mehta with the Rai Roma Orchestra. Helge Brillioth is Tristan here, Beverly Wolf is Brangayane, Peter Mevin is Marke, and Sigmund Nimsgern is Corvenal. Helge Brillioth's Tristan, I've talked about, it was Kleiber's first Tristan at Bayreuth, and Brillioth as Tristan, I've said that he isn't, the typical Helden tenor sound, but again, he has some really shining, shimmering edges in the top, a really smooth and silvery quality to cut through the orchestra, and quite a bit of youthful sound as well. Just not as dark or as rich a tone or as heroic a tone as you would want from a Tristan. But all things considered, really, Tristan is pretty well sung. And of course, he and Nilsson collaborated quite a lot back in Scandinavia, so they blend quite well in the love duet part, where Nilsson's sort of darkened tone matches well with Brillioth's sort of shinier, lighter, and silvery tone. Beverly Wolf as Abrangayane, Peter Mevin as Marken, and Sigmund Nimsgern as Corvenal. Really 3 average, nothing special, but yeah, decently sung, nothing to really criticize about. So, Tristan and Isolde are in great form here. The rest of the cast are just average. Birgit Nilsson's performance here, again, same as the 2 recordings from the year before. The vocal goods are still there. She still manages to blast the B naturals in the chorus and the high C's in the start of Act 2. Still has that attack, that metallic quality, but again, it's a far cry from her late 50s, early 60s recordings of the role of Isolde, and the interpretive quality is not as prevalent as well. And yeah, Zubin Mehta, the conductor, it's too early, to be honest, in his career to be conducting Tristan and Isolde. He would mature to become a great conductor And in his early years, he really produced exciting tones, big tones in the suitable repertoire. However, this was not one of them. And for this young meta to be conducting Tristan, it just lacked the tension in the orchestra. It lacked intensity at points. They're just big sounds, but big sounds without, without the support and the more fragile, more emotional parts don't have that shining quality or emotional quality that you would want to hear from Wagner's score. From 1973, we have a video recording from the Orange festival that I'll talk about later. But from that video recording onwards, Birgit Nilsson's Isolde really failed her. Her vocal cords, I shall say, really become very unstable and quite weak. The voice, the vibrato is getting weaker and weaker. And that's why the 73, which I will talk about later, and this recording from 1976, conducted again by Horstein at the Wiener Staatsoper, with John Vickers as Tristan, Ruth Hesse as Brangayane, Hans Zotin as Marke, and Hans Günther Nöcker as Kurvenal, is not one of Nilsson's Isoldes that I would particularly recommend, just because her vocal form is not there. So there is a wide vibrato. It is a less concentrated tone, quite unstable, weak high notes, although they're still there, but just not a very convincing Isolde by any means, because her vocal goods were already fading away. But this was the only Isolde that she ever sang at Vienna, a house where she sang quite a lot. So it has its historic value. John Vickers as Tristan here is the normal Vickers. Ruth Hesse I've talked about. Hans Zotin as Marke. He would show up a bit later, but his Marke here in 1976 is much better than the Bernstein performance from 5 years later. His Marke here is, well, let's just say that it doesn't have that big tone, that dark and booming tone a la Tovela, but somewhat like Franz Krass, the thinner tone allows for a much more emotional and interpretive reading of the role. So it's a market that I do enjoy. Günther Nöcker as Kurvenal. Okay, decent baritone voice, just nothing really special. Yeah, so that's that. Horstein, his normal self. Not a particularly great Tristan recording, but one with certain historical value. And that's what I'm going to say about this particular recording. Now we come to the recordings featuring both Nilsson and Windgassen. Before we go into these recordings, I'll make a slight change in the chronological order that I usually go with. We'll start with 2 non-Bayreuth performances and then go through all the Bayreuth recordings of Nilsson and Windgassen's Tristan und Isolde. So the 2 non-Bayreuth recordings featuring both. The first one is from 1957 from the Maggio Musicale Fiorentino, conducted by Artur Rodzinski. Windgassen and Nilsson are the 2 leads. Grace Hoffman is Brangayane, Otto von Rohr, Marke, and Gustav Neidlinger is Kurvenal. Now, our first non-Bayreuth performance is from the same year as their first Bayreuth performance, with Windgassen and Nilsson together, and also Nilsson's first Isolde that she recorded. In this performance, Nilsson is in top form. I mean, her pre-1965 non-Bayreuth Isoldes are all just in one theme. Big sounds, electrifying sounds, exciting sounds, massive attack, direct attack, metallic attacks, like a laser beam right at you. And that's what Nilsson does. Here in the 57 Fiorentino recording, the 59 Scala, which I'll talk about, and the 60 Metropolitan as well, just really fearless attacks throughout the entire role, and Act 1 is just incredible with those B naturals in the chorus. The start of Act 2 with those two high Cs, and in the Liebestod, just battling with the orchestra, seeing who comes out. It's absolutely incredible, electrifying performances with Nilsson as Isolde. So these are the non-Bayreuth pre-65 Isoldes of Nilsson. Windgassen here as Tristan, as I've talked about. Not my favorite. The ones I talked about are the 1966 commercial recordings, but I've said that his voice was progressively getting wider and wider throughout his career. At the start here, in 1957, there were still hints of vocal beauty to be heard in, the love duet. Although I say that his technique never changed, his high notes were always that solid, but it was always this weak lyric tenor voice with no held and tenor edge. That stayed true throughout the 20 years that he sang Wagner roles. But one thing is that the beauty of tone, there were still hints of that in the late 50s to early 60s. That beauty of tone was to be heard in the love duet. But as he sang more and more Tristans, the voice was whiter, got whiter and whiter, and from the mid-60s onwards, the only reason why you would want to hear his Tristans were the incredible vocal acting that he put on in the Act 3 monologue, and something like O König, something like Wie sie selig, where he sings soft with mezza voce, and the whiteness serves as a canvas for his vocal acting. But in the 60s, except from that, there was nothing to be heard from Windgassen's Tristan. Here, though, in 1950s, there was not as much whiteness in the sound, so there were still hints of vocal beauty in the love duet, partnering Nilsson. Of course, Nilsson was always going to be much more direct at the non-Bayreuth performances, such as this one from Fiorentino and the other one from 1959 at La Scala, which I will talk about. From these two performances, Nilsson had a much more direct approach, which means Windgassen would struggle to keep up with her volume. That same issue was not to be found in the late 50, early 60 performances at Bayreuth, which Nilsson obviously toned down and blended well with Windgassen. Moving on with the 57 recording, Grace Hoffman is Brangaene. I've talked about how her Brangaene didn't really change over the years. So that's that. Otto von Rohr as Marke, a bit rough on the edge, a bit lacking in the pathos, but vocally an impressive Marke. Neidlinger as Kurvenau, as impressive as always, with really, really great vocal acting. Artur Rydzinski conducts well here as well. There are big sounds, moments that really shine in the climaxes, but the merit goes to him keeping the tension of the opera throughout the 4 hours. And I've said that I would put the non-Bayreuth performances before the Bayreuth performances, and our second non-Bayreuth performance featuring the two is again from Italy. This time it's from Teatro La Scala, 1959, conducted by Herwart von Karajan. Windgassen and Nilsson lead the cast, with Hilde Rössel-Majan being Brangaene, Hans Hotter is Marke, Gustav Neidlinger Kurvenel again, Clara Heater is Maylot Murray Dickey, the shepherd, Constantino Ego sings the steersman's soul line, and Anton Dermota is the sailor. I've said that Nilsson at non-Bayreuth pre-65, absolutely wild singing for Isolde. Same case here, especially here with Karajan. He goes absolutely wild, because Karajan, the early Karajan doing Wagner, he did not, have all that lush, small-voiced, the Karajan sound that you normally associate with the early Karajan. Ludwig Wagner was big sounds, big electrifying and massive sounds, just throwing them right at you. So here it's basically Nilsson versus Karajan. Karajan's orchestra gets to really build to really big sounds, big climaxes, and Nilsson just merciless with the attacks. The B naturals and the curves, the high Cs at the start of Act 1, even to right to the Liebestod. The attacks on the A flats are really incredible. So Nilsson versus Karajan, the size, the battle of the volumes, the size, the metallic edges are just incredible here. Windgassen as Tristan, I've said that because of Nilsson's more direct approach, he would struggle a little bit more, and that's the case here. Hilde Rössel Majdan as Brangaene, really unfairly underrated singer. Her Brangaene is really sensitive in Act 1. The beauty of tone is present in Act 2, and in Act 3 as well. Not, the deepest, darkest mezzo voice that you have, but one that portrays the character of Brangaene very well. Hans Hotter as Marke, I've always said that, Hotter's role in Tristan is Marke, and here in 1959, his voice was, not as rough, not as woofy as it would be in the 60s, so a vocally, a more vocally listenable Marke, a more vocally enjoyable Marke than his later interpretations, later recordings of the role. And as usual, Hotter is absolutely glorious, with, the pathos, the emotion of the role of Marke is just absolutely incredible, especially with Karajan. Neidlinger, Kurva now, great as usual. Claudio as Maylot, he was still singing mostly baritone roles at this stage, so the wide vibrato that we associate him with wasn't as present at this point. Murray Dickey and Anton Dermota are great additions, as well as Constantino Ego singing the steersman's soul line. Now, to the Bayreuth performances. These are all the Bayreuth Tristans that feature both Windgassen and Nilsson. There were two Bayreuth regimes here, which were the Savalish Tristans in the late 50s and the Böhm Tristans spanning the entire 1960s decade. So the late 50s Tristans with Wolfgang Savalish, here are three of them. The first one from 1957, Windgassen and Nilsson. Grace Hoffman is Brangaene, Arnold van Mill is Marke, Hans Hotter is Corvinal here, Fritz Uhl, Hermann Winkler, and Walter Geisler, three future star tenors, sing Maylot, the Shepherd, and the Sailor respectively here. Nilsson, I've said, really tones down a lot in the Bayreuth performances. These from the late 50s were no exceptional as well. Nilsson really uses a lot of dark coloring, a dark tone. She does not have that metallic edge. Those direct attacks, those were nowhere to be heard. All of it is a very long, drawn out legato, using the darkness and the beauty of Nilsson's tone herself to carry herself throughout the 4 hours of music, right from the very start, from narratives to the Liebestod. So it was one big legato singing from Isolde, from Nilsson. So Windgassen, obviously in the 50s, I've said that he had much more, beauty in the tone for the love duet. So I would say that these three under Savalish from 57, 58, 59 really showcased Windgassen's beauty of tone, especially in the Act 2 duet with Nilsson. And given that he didn't have to compete in terms of volume with Nilsson, he was in much more ease as well. So Windgassen here in these recordings, 3 recordings, are much more comfortable. And Nilsson basically just, balances the entire thing out, with the Liebestod being, the whole thing is basically in delirium, not much dynamics, just a very dreamy interpretation of the entire role. Grace Hoffman as Brangayane, I've talked about. Arnold van Mill as Marke. You would say that he's a little bit short in terms of the darkness, the depth of the role, but emotionally speaking, an exceptional interpretation. Hans Hotter as Corvinal, not bad, just that it isn't his best role in this opera. And Fritz Uhl as Maylot, he would go on to sing the title role, but I really think that Maylot should be what he should keep doing, because well, I'll talk about why his title role is bad in the recordings not to recommend, but here Fritz Uhl's Maylot is decently sung. The few lines are, well sung with his silvery quality. Herman Winkler as the shepherd is vocally competent, with great vocal acting, very vivid acting. Walter Geisler as the young sailor, an exceptional tenor, singing the sailor solos with incredible beauty. After all, Bayreuth offered him a contract in 1957 to sing Walter von Stolzing 4 hours worth of music and 2 minutes worth of music in Tristan and Isolde in the form of the sailor. So obviously he's going to give his all Walter Geisler here as the seaman. Now to the 1958 performance. Again, Windgassen, Nilsson, Hoffmann, just the same as the previous performance. However, we have Joseph Grindel here as Marke, which is a downgrade from Van Mill. I've talked about why I don't like his Marke. And Eric Seiden as Corvinal is another downgrade from Hans Hotter, because, well, I just don't like Seiden's voice. It is very rough, very screechy, scratchy to the ear, as well as it being a thin voice. With not enough power. There's a lot of barking, a lot of yelling, and I don't like it at all. Another minor change here is the sailor going from Walter Geisler to Joseph Traxel, another tenor with equal beauty of tone. Then to 1959, again, Windgassen, Nilsson, Hoffmann, nothing really changing. However, Jerome Hines is Marke here. I've talked about how great his Marke is. Franz Andersson as Corvinal, a bit rough around the edge, a bit nasal as well, but all in all, it's not a bad Corvinal. He has the vocal acting, he has the solid tone, so it's fine. Jörg Pascura is the sailor this time around, and he's just really not as good as Geisler and Traxel are, to be fairly honest. Now, these late 50 performances all come under Savalish at Bayreuth, and to comment on Savalish's conducting, well, these were when he was very young, Savalish, and young conductors typically don't really get Tristan and Isolde. I don't know why I'm saying that, because I'm like 15, but yeah, Savalish just doesn't really immerse himself into the music. Sometimes it's too superficial. The climaxes are there, but they seem restrained. He just doesn't give the orchestra and let them do their thing. So at times it's underwhelming. For the love duet, the more fragile and sensitive parts, he doesn't really give us a wow factor. There really isn't any lushness, there really isn't any layering, coloring of the tone, and all in all, these three Savalish conducted Tristans are pretty underwhelming in terms of conducting, but it's Bayreuth, and Bayreuth knows what to do, and what they did is substitute him out for Karl Böhm. His first recording of the opera at Bayreuth being from 1962. This is Windgassen and Nilsson again, with Kirsten Meyer as Brangayane here. Joseph Grindel stays as Marke, but Eberhard Wester is Corvinal here. Now, Windgassen and Nilsson didn't, change their interpretation of the role much. in this 1962 recording, as well as the following 1963, they were still pretty much very disciplined. Like under Savalish, Nilsson kept the entire role from start to end under tight control. There was a lot of dark tones. There was no metallic edge and, fierce attacks to be found. The Liebestod was sung, at half voice, dreamily, beautiful legato, just legatoing her way through the role. This was the same case in the 62 and 63 recordings from Bayreuth, still very disciplined Isoldes from Birgit Nilsson. That would change slightly from 1964 onwards, but that's for later. Back to the 62 recording, I've talked about how Nilsson tones it down until 1964, right? So Windgassen still has the ability to really show his beauty of tone, which was slowly but surely getting more and more boring, getting whiter and whiter, more cardboard throughout the years. But it still blends well with Nilsson's Isolde here, just because it's at Bayreuth and they both really tone it down. Kerstin Meyer as Brangaene is surely a weak link because her Brangaene, I don't know why they substituted out Grace Hoffman for a few seasons. Because for whatever reason, when Ben came in, he brought Kirsten Meyer with him to sing Brangaene, but Kirsten Meyer just isn't an ideal Brangaene. Her vibrato is a bit wide, her voice a bit dry, so in Act 1 it doesn't show enough sensitivity, and the wide kind of old cardboardy voice just doesn't work well in Act 2, with the beauty of Brangaene's lines being diminished with the roughness of the tone, and towards Act 3 as well, just doesn't show enough girlishness, the sensitivity, the youthfulness of the role is not present with Kirsten Meyer's Brangaene. Joseph Grandel's Marquez to the same case. Eberhard Wester Skorvenal have said that he was incredibly throaty in the 66 commercial recording. Here, not much of a difference. The small roles are not really impressive as well, with Gerhard Stolze as a shepherd and Georg Paskura as the sailor again. But what I will say about this performance is that Carl Böhm is slowly and surely building his way up to his ideal Tristan und Isolde, his ideal in terms of conducting, in terms of the voices, which he would achieve in the 66 commercial recording. So this was his first year. There wasn't as much balance, and he wasn't willing to push the orchestra as much in the climaxes as he would do on the commercial set. But he is getting, more and more experience with this cast that he put together in the summer season, year by year, 62 to 63, which is pretty much the same, except Gustav Neidlinger substitutes as Kurvenau here, much better than Wester. Minor changes being Erwin Wohlfahrt, replacing Stolze as a better shepherd, and Hermann Winkler replacing Georg Paskura as a better sailor. But pretty much it's just the same. Here in 1964, I've said that Nilsson's interpretation of Isolde was starting to change. And by the 1964 performance, she still kept, the dark tone in the, Act 1 narrative, all of that, and the kind of legato line in Act 2 without much outgoing quality. However, she started to put more and more emphasis on the attacks, and she gained the confidence to really, throw her signature metallic edge and laser beam attacks. She started to get used to doing that at Bayreuth, although, not to the extent of which she did at, 57 Fiorentino, 59 Scala, and 60 Met. But she started doing them in 1964, maybe for fear that her vocal acting wasn't going to last her quite long in the role of Isolde, but she started putting emphasis on the attacks, and This is what we start to hear in 1964 from her Isolde. Her Liebestod changed from just being a long, drawn-out, dreamy, delirious legato line to one with dynamics, to one where she clashes with Böhm's orchestra, which she did 4 years earlier at the Metropolitan. She started to do that more and more, and the attacks in the Curse, the two high Cs at the start of Act 2, were starting to gain the metallic edge, the attack that Nilsson had in her earlier non-Bayreuth Isoldes. And by 1964, Windgassen was losing his beauty of tone in the love duet, but the whiteness of his tone still served for a canvas for his vocal acting, and as I said, his technique was still going very strong right until the end of his career. So his high notes were still there. He still manages to, finish the entire opera without showing signs of vocal fatigue, but just that his voice is very boring per se. Kirsten Meyer is still Brangayane here. Hans Hotter is Marke, which an upgrade from Grindel. Gustav Neidlinger stays as Kurvenal. Hermann Winkler and Erwin Wolfart switch their roles here. And then the next recording of the Bayreuth Böhm regime was the 66, which was a commercial recording put together from the various live performances in that season. And as I said, Nilsson started to get the attack, put more metallic edge into her Bayreuth Isoldes at 1964, and by 1966, right before her vocal decline, she balances that with her fierce attacks and also her Bayreuth dark tone legato, dreamy interpretation, mixed with the direct attacks that she put in the Curse, the start of Act 2, and Liebestod. So that's why I say the 66 commercial recording is Nilsson's most balanced and greatest Isolde. So we've already talked about that commercial recording. I'm not going to go into much detail of that. So we skip to our next recording, 1968, and this time again from Bayreuth. I said that the 66 commercial recording was right before her vocal decline, right? And here in 68, we really start to hear signs of fatigue. The 67 from Vienna, again with Böhm, but across Jess Thomas, I mentioned that she put more emphasis on the vocal production and started to ignore the interpretive part, and that was not only outside of Bayreuth. At Bayreuth as well, she didn't ignore the interpretive quality to as much an extent, so to speak. She still had the dark quality of the tone and still maintained her legato pretty well throughout the opera, but you would hear that at the more confrontational parts in Act 1, such as the Curse, at the start of Act 2, and in the Liebestod, she really did not care much about, maintaining the legato line, maintaining the dark tone, maintaining the beauty of the voice, and instead just, put all her effort into getting those metallic blast and laser beam notes out, which she did, but in doing so sacrificed her Bayreuth Isolde tone. That was 1968. Grace Hoffman finally returns as Brangaene, much better than Kirsten Meyer. And Marty Talvela is Marke here. I've said how great his Marke is. Gerd Feldhoff is Kurvenal here instead of Neidlinger. A downgrade for sure, but Feldhoff does have the vocal goods of forcing the role, if not a bit too light. The other roles are sung by Hermin Esser, singing both the shepherd and the sailor. A really nice lyric voice with beauty. He would go on to sing the title role of Tristan itself, with quite a few recordings, but I've put none of them here because he doesn't have the voice for the title role. But the beauty of tone of his voice is emphasized well here in these two roles that he sings. Kurt Moll sings the steersman's only line, so I don't care. I just don't like Moll, that's all. The next, 1969, from Bayreuth, again Windgassen, Nilsson, Hoffmann, Talvela, Feldhoff, and Hermann Esser from their two roles. Not a big difference from the 68 in terms of saying that Nilsson more or less maintained the dark tone and the legato, but put more and more emphasis on getting the attack out, getting the laser beam notes that she wanted out. So it overshadows a bit and sacrifices her interpretation of the role. And yeah, Kurt Moll's only line as a Steermans here is replaced by Bengt Rudgren, singing the Steerman's only line, and Rudgren would go on to sing Marke across Nilsson in the Orange performance, but that's for later. And for 1970, the final Karabem Tristan at Bayreuth. Again, it's Windgassen, Nilsson, Hoffmann, and Talvela. Neidlinger returns to sing Kurvenal, and Hermann Esser, Bent Rudgren still sing their respective roles. So 68, 69, and 70 at Bayreuth weren't really that much of a difference. As I said, Windgassen had already lost the beauty of tone, but his technique did not, falter. It didn't change. His high notes were still there. The vocal acting was still there. It's just getting more and more boring. And Nilsson's ISOLDE as well. The interpretive quality decreased, and more emphasis was put into getting the high notes out, which she did successfully, but again, not to the extent of which she could do fearlessly at non-Bayreuth performances post 65. So these are the Windgassen Nilsson recordings of this opera, and there are a lot of them, both not at Bayreuth and at Bayreuth, running from 1957 to 1970. So just you don't have to listen to every single one of them because it gets repetitive at some points, but just keep in mind how the two curves, the non-Bayreuth curve and the Bayreuth curve of Nilsson's Isolde works. We move on to our next category, dark horses. These are rare gems that often get overlooked, and we start off with a really underrated recording and one that not many people know about. This is from 1928, in studio, conducted by Karl Elmendorf, with the orchestra and chorus of the Bayreuth Festival. Tristan is Gunnar Grarud, Isolde Nanny Larsen Totsen, Brangaene is Annie Helm, Marke is Ivar Andersen, Kurvenal is Rudolf Bockelmann, and Melo is Joachim Sattler. Now, this is a really nice recording. For 1928, it has really good sonics, and we're going to run through the cast. Gunnar Grarud as Tristan, a lighter, kind of more youthful voice for Tristan. It's not necessarily a lyric tenor voice, but it's lighter than a usual heroic voice. However, it still has the metallic, shining edge that you would want from a Tristan singing held in tenor. He has good emotion in the love duet. He uses his sharper voice well in Act 1 in more confrontational parts. However, the majority of Act 3 is cut, so we don't get to hear his monologue. So that's a shame. Nanny Larsen Totsen as Isolde, a very underrated soprano, and a very forgotten one as well. Again, it's not the biggest voice as Isolde, but it is a very fresh and youthful singing of the role of Isolde. You would find it a bit underwhelming in Act 1 when it's not, completely confrontational, but in Act 2, where the love duet is absolutely superbly sung, with the kind of freshness, the youthfulness of the tone blends well with Graurud's kind of shiny, shimmering tone, and these two together make a very good harmony of a fresher kind of voice. Towards the Liebesort as well, she shows sensitivity. She shows, how a voice a smaller voice can cut through the orchestra with a nice sharp edge, and the kind of silvery shimmering quality of the voice is just absolutely superb. Annie Helm is a Brangaene, not a particularly impressive Brangaene, but she has good legato, not the most beautiful of voices, however, and there isn't much interpretation going on. However, the next two are what makes this recording absolutely top class. Ivar Andresen as Marke, superb, just perfect voice for Marke, because some people would go like, oh, Marty Talvela, big booming kind of voice, that's too earthy. Joseph Grindel, that's too evil. Ludwig Weber, too thin. Emanuel Lis, too choppy. Or like Dezo Ernster, too hysterical. Ivar Andresen, I tell you, is the perfect Marke, absolutely perfect. Firstly, he has a big round voice that has depth, but he has a lot of color, a lot of different tones and different colors. Really impressive vocal painting. And then there's the emotional part of the role. He doesn't overdo it at all. He uses very subtle but very impressive, very penetrating tones that really paint Marcus' sorrow impressively, very incredibly. He has very good high notes, a rounded tone, a warm tone. The pathos is incredible. He doesn't do much with the acting, he doesn't go hysterical, but you can hear from the subtlety of his voice, his dark and really a voice with a lot of facades. He paints the role of Marcus so well, and Ivar Anderson is just one of my favorite, if not my favorite, Marcus. Just incredible. Rudolf Bockelmann as Kurvenal is, I would say, this of a very high quality as well. And that one, with his short solos, he showcases his solid tone that he would use in roles like a Wotan. But what really stands out is his beauty of the tone. Although I say the majority of Act 3 is cut, the short interaction with the shepherd at the start of the act isn't cut, and we really can hear how beautiful Rudolf Bockelmann's tone is, and he paints the role of Kurvenal with great artistry, incredible legato, very beautiful tone, and the more rough barking parts of the role is omitted because it was cut. So Bockelmann is just a really nice Kurvenal, a nice addition to the cast. Joachim Sattler, who would go on to record the title role a few years later, shows us what he sounds like before he really became a Helden tenor. So that's interesting. And Karl Elmendorf conducts really well. For 1928, Sonics is really good for its age, and he really brings out the orchestral sounds, the facades, the different layering that you usually won't get in a 20s recording. So all in all, a fabulous recording. It's balanced, but Ivar Andresen really brings this recording to a whole another level. Then our next recording in this category would be another studio recording. This time it's from 1943, conducted by Robert Hager with the Staatskapelle Berlin and the Berlin Staatsoper Chorus. This has Max Lorenz as Tristan Paula Buchner as Isolde, Margarete Klose is Brangaene, Ludwig Hoffmann, Markejaro Prohaska is Kurvenal. Now, Max Lorenz Tristan is one that divides opinion a lot. I mean, Max Lorenz as a singer, he has his haters, very avid haters, and he has his lovers, very avid lovers. Some say Lorenz is the worst Tristan ever, some say he's the best ever. I personally don't think he was bad at all, but he was great. He was a great Tristan. But what really makes Lorenz's voice stand out is the emotional, interpretive quality of his later Tristans. This one, in 1943, showcases more of a energetic Lorenz, one that would be more suited to singing Siegfried or singing Walther von Stolzing, stuff like that. His Tristan here, he had the sharp edge of a Held tenor, right? And that can sometimes get in the way of interpreting Tristan. It sounds gritty, it sounds it's just overdoing the role if you really have that sharp edge get to it. For example, of course, in Act 1 he uses it well to go up against Buchner in the more confrontational scenes, but in Act 2, where you really need to get the subtlety going, you really need the beautiful tones, the legato, he doesn't do it that well because of his sharper, more shining, sharp edge of his voice that sometimes sounds rough on the ear, a bit gritty, and that just doesn't make the love duet enjoyable. He's putting too much emphasis on the heroic tone and not enough on the emotional, interpretive quality of the role. In the uh, love duet parts, which really require the beauty of the tone. However, in parts such as O König and the Act 3 monologue, uh, he uses the mezza voce, and suddenly the gritting tone is gone. And that's why, for those more lightly sung the mezza voce parts, Lorenz is absolutely superb because he has great interpretive ability. He has great vocal acting. So for O König, and especially the Act 3 monologue, where his delirium is really nicely expressed by his vocal acting, his interpretive quality, and then the outbursts are well sung with the sharp edge cutting through the orchestra and his really nicely sustained high notes, and very strong high notes as well, I must remark, of Lorenz. He sings the acting monologue well, but the Act 2 love duet is just what puts me off this particular Tristan by Lorenz. Maybe because it was recorded in studio, I don't know. Just the sonics are a bit off, and his Tristan in Act 2 just sounds a bit gritty, and I'm not really the biggest fan of this particular recording of Lorenz's Tristan. There are a few other of his Tristans that has been recorded, and I absolutely love them, but that's for later. Paula Buchner as Isolde. Now, Paula Buchner is a voice which is not suited for Isolde. What I would say is that she has a great, held soprano voice, a really really big voice with metallic edges, with tones that can, really represent the heroic quality of this kind of soprano. However, you would want that in a Brünnhilde, not an Isolde. In Act 1, I must admit that the confrontational quality works well, but in Act 2, especially against Lorenz, the already kind of gritty sounding sonics in the love duet, they just don't match, and it becomes a really unbalanced recording because Buchner with her metallic tone and Lorenz, who for some reason sounds particularly rough here, they just don't match. Towards the end, to the Isolde, to her Liebestod as well, Buchner just doesn't work well with the kind of acidic metallic quality of tone. She has the volume, she has the red hot quality, the heroic quality of a really, really great Brünnhilde, but just not an Isolde. You need someone like Traubel to make this kind of Brünnhilde voice work for the role of Isolde, with the interpretive quality. So that's that. Margrethe Klose as Brangayane, just absolutely superb as usual, absolutely top class. Ludwig Hofmann's market as well. Yara Prohaska is an interesting curve now, because Max Lorenz was the most baritonal of tenors, of Helden tenors in the 40s. In the 50s he was pretty baritonal, but in the 40s he wasn't. However, Yara Prohaska sounds even lighter than Lorenz, which makes me think, Prohaska was an acclaimed baritone back in his day, but so was Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau, and DFD does not make a good curve now with his overly direct shouting, and Prohaska, I think to an extent, displays the same problems as well. But all things considered, Max Lorenz is in top form except for the Love Duet. Ludwig Hoffmann and Margaret Klose are just as perfect as you get. And Robert Hager conducts well, sometimes a bit underwhelming in the climaxes, but he keeps the tension well. He has really good, metallic tones, big tones. So it's a good recording. It's just that there are some parts that are underwhelming in a sense. Our next inclusion is not one single recording, but two recordings, both conducted by Kleiber. However, not Carlos Kleiber, his father, Eric Kleiber. So these are two recordings of Eric Kleiber's Tristan und Isolde. The first one from 1938, live at the Teatro Colón, with Max Lorenz here as Tristan, Annie Konetzi as Isolde, Karen Branzel as Brangaene, Emmanuel List as Marke, and Herbert Janssen as Corvinal. The next one, again from the Cologne from 10 years later, 1948, has Seth Svanholm as Tristan Kirsten Flagstad as Isolde, Viorica Urzuliak is Brangaene, Ludwig Weber as Marke, and Hans Hotter as Corvinal. Angel Mattiello sings Melo. The first recording from 1938, Max Lorenz, I've said how he sounds gritty in the Love Duet in Act 2 in the Hager recording, does not happen here. Really, really beautiful tone, and a very interpretive tone, really beautiful legato as well, and the first act confrontative as usual with really, really nice high notes, a sharp edge that cuts through the orchestra in Act 1. Act 2, really beautiful tones, with O'König, with all that vocal acting, with the painting, the different colors, the different tones, superb. Same goes with the Act 3 monologue, really beautiful painting of the delirium and the energetic, sharp-edged outbursts as well. Absolutely top-class Tristan, and perfect in every sense. Annie Konecny as Isolde. What I would say about Annie Konecny is that she does not have the ability of vocal acting that her sister Hilde Konecny has. But Annie Konecny is by far the better soprano in terms of vocal instrument, in terms of her raw instrument, because her voice is massive. It is big, it has a metallic quality, it penetrates the orchestra well. It's just a massive voice, and a very, very convincing one at that. However, she lacks the vocal acting skills, the interpretive quality of Isolde and of any other role as well, to be honest. And it just seems a boring Isolde to listen to. However, her vocal impressiveness makes up for that. So you would just come in listening to Konecny's Isolde, not expecting much of interpretation, but you would hear a really impressive instrument at its very best, with metallic tones, really, really massive high notes right at you. And so the voice itself, the colors aren't bad as well. There is a nice kind of mineral quality, metallic quality to her voice, which carries itself over the orchestra particularly well. It's just that there isn't a lot of nuance, there isn't a lot of subtlety in her singing, and that would be made up by Lorenz' emotional interpretive quality when they blend together in the Love Duet. Karen Branzel as Brangaene I've covered, Herbert Janssen as Corvinal I've covered, and Emmanuel List as Marke I've covered. So all in all, it's not a bad recording. Eric Kleiber is in top form in 1938, where earlier in his career, he really gets the idea of a big sound, but not overpowering the singer. Is kind of an earlier version of Carl Böhm, I would suggest, pushing the orchestra to its extremes, but not overpowering it. And so that's Kleiber's 38 recording. The 48 recording has Seth Svanholm as Tristan, whom I've talked about already, and Kirsten Flagstad as Isolde. Again, the pre-war and post-war Isoldes of Flagstad were different. Of course, pre-war, she was unbeatable and she could do whatever she wanted. Post-war, she focused more on, really spinning that middle voice, that really luscious middle voice that she had, which had thinned out a little bit at this point, but she makes up for that by the legato weaving its way around the orchestra, and that's what Flagstad does in this post-war Isolde as well. And the Liebestod, again, masterfully conducted by Kleiber and spun around the orchestra, weaving around the orchestra with a legato, really beautiful tone by Flagstad. And it blends well with Svanholm because, again, Svanholm's voice is a bit on the wider side, so it serves as a canvas for Flagstad to paint her beautiful mezza voce, her beautiful middle marbly tone, all over Svanholm's wider canvas to create this really nice contrast as well as a nice harmony. Viorica Ursuliak is Brangaine here. She was a high soprano earlier in her career, creating Richard Strauss roles. Obviously, this was 1948, towards the very end of her career, so she had reverted to singing mezzo-soprano roles. And it's not bad. It's not bad at all. She has the really beautiful timbre, which is still intact here, but however, it's just a voice that is in decline, or else she wouldn't have to had sung this kind of mezzo-soprano role, which means there isn't really much of the sensitivity required in that one, but the beauty of the tone is still intact, and that makes a pretty convincing Brangaine for me. Ludwig Weber is Marco Hans Hosser as Corvinal, I've covered. Angel Mattiello is a nice melod with a really heroic tone, baritonal kind of stuff. And Kleiber is also in top form here as well. So these are the two Kleiber recordings. Our next inclusion in this category is one from 1950, a live recording from the Bayerische Staatsoper, conducted by none other than Hans Knappertsbusch. It has Günther Treptow as Tristan, Helena Braun as Isolde, Margarete Klose as Brangaine again, Ferdinand Franz sings Marke, and Paul Scheffler is Kurvenal. Now, let's start with Tristan, who is Günther Treptow here. Now, we all know that Treptow started out as a baritone, and he remained a baritone basically for his entire career, but a baritone singing tenor roles. As Tristan, he uses that baritonal quality very well in Act 2, particularly in the more emotional scenes and in the love duet, where his baritonal timbre really brings out the enamored quality of Tristan, as well as in O König and in the Act 3 monologue. He uses that baritonal quality to his advantage as well. Apart from baritonal quality, however, he also had a sharp edge, a really sharp edge, that is the reason why he converted to singing held in tenor. That sharp edge, particularly at the top, enabled him to firstly have the confrontational quality in Act 1, and in Act 3 enables him to convert to the energetic outburst with sustained high notes, which he sings brilliantly in the midst of this drawn-out monologue using his baritonal timbre. So all in all, it's just a very balanced Tristan, with both the emotional quality, the expressive quality of his rich baritonal timbre, and his cutting, sharper edge up top as well. So very balanced Tristan. However, his partner, Helena Braun, I'm not so much impressed. Firstly, her timbre is rough on the ear, very rough on the ear. To say that it was acidic is not the word, because Varnai I describe as acidic, but Helena Braun, it isn't just that. It has a earthy, muddy quality to her voice, which, when paired with her big but metallic and uninterpretive voice without any nuance, is just hard to endure as Isolde, because in Isolde the role is one of many nuances, many subtleties, and Helena Brown has none of that at all. She uses her big voice, she sings, some of the notes are, just sung out with power, with a metallic edge, but it just doesn't sound right on the ear. It's rough, it's gritty, and I just don't like her Isolde from start to end. Margareta Klose is obviously the much better female lead here as Brangayane. Her luscious tone just gets richer and richer, more and more beautiful here towards the end of her career in 1950. Absolutely luscious tone, absolutely beautiful. Her sensitivity in the voice might have diminished a bit, but the lusciousness and the richness, the darkness of the tone is just incredible. Ferdinand Franz is Marke here. Franz, you usually don't associate him with this big booming deep bass role such as Marke. Well, after all, he was singing and recording roles like Telramund, roles like Amonazro, roles with high tessitura, and Marke would seem like too light a role for him, which in fact it is. Um, Ferdinand Francis Marke is light in quality, but he really uses that interpretive quality of his voice, the beauty of tone itself, a really interpretive quality, one of very high sensitivity and of course exceptional beauty. The interpretive quality just brings out the sorrow of Marke, just really paints with his colorful voice the different facades and different layers of the character of Marke. So although vocally not the best fit, interpretively absolutely top class Marke. Paul Scheffler is the usual Corvinal here, just equally as well sung. But I mean, we're all here because of Knappertsbusch. What you usually think of Knappertsbusch and his Wagner is really slow, really sludgy tempi. It does not happen here. This is one of the fastest Tristan und Isoldes that anyone has ever heard. And Knappertsbusch, you really don't, have that energy. It doesn't have that pushing energy that you would hear in other conductors like Gilbert. But Knappertsbusch, he maintains a reasonable tempo to push on the drama itself, because he knew that if it was too slow a tempo, it would be too sludgy. It's not like a really drawn out drama. But he slows down, of course, in Act 2, in the love duet, in all those slower parts, more beautiful parts, to let the orchestra just soak up all the beauty of Wagner's score. And the strings, as usual, are absolutely wonderful under Knappertsbusch. So the balance between the slower parts being drawn out to absorb all that beauty, and the faster tempi in the other parts in order to keep the drama going, is masterful conducting by Knappertsbusch here. Is really one of my favorite readings of the score. And finally, we have a 1951 live recording from La Scala, conducted by Victor de Sabata. Max Lorenz is Tristan here, Gertrude Groprandl is Isolde, Elsa Cavelti is Brangaene, Sven Nilsson is Marke, and Sigurd Björling is Kurvenal. Gino del Signore sings the Mailot and the young seaman. Luciano della Pergola is the shepherd, and Paolo Montarsolo is the steersman. With the singers first, Max Lorenz here as Tristan. By 1951, this was about 10 years after the studio recording in which I commented that he sounded screechy in the second act love duet. 10 years later, in the 50s, early 50s, Lorenz's voice really matured, darkened, richened into this really luscious, really dark but very rich baritonal quality, which makes his Tristan just really beautiful, especially in the Act 2, duets. really baritonal, but has a shimmering edge to it. The love duet is really nicely sung by Lorenz. Same goes with the vocal acting. Hasn't faltered a bit over all these years in O König, in Wie sie selig, the acting monologue. And adding to that is the newly gained baritonal, dark, rich quality of Lorenz's voice. So although his cutting edge, his sharp edge at the top is lacking a little bit, he still doesn't struggle with high notes. However, they're just more baritonal, more darker in nature. And adding to that is the luscious quality, the rich quality of his baritone timbre, which really does him justice in Act 2 and 3. Gertrude Grob-Randall as Isolde. Again, a very highly dividing singer. Some consider Grob-Randall the greatest dramatic soprano to have ever lived. I personally cannot find any logic in that statement. But let's talk about why people would think that. Grob-Randall is an absolutely massive voice. Massive. I mean, electrifyingly massive voice. Most recording equipment, like most recordings that she sang in, she, messed up some of those. And you would hear the static in the mics being overpowered by her high notes. And that's how massive her voice was. Her high notes are even more powerful than Birgit Nilsson's at her prime. And Grob-Randall is just a miracle vocally. I don't know how someone could produce that big of a sound, but she does it. So for all of you that just cares about the vocalisms of a singer, you would obviously enjoy Grob-Randall, and this recording would be a treat to all of you if you haven't noted yet. But here's the problem about Grob-Randall. The first thing is her vibrato. She has a very, very quick caprino-like vibrato, which just doesn't stand well with this kind of massive voice. You would like a laser beam throwing right at you, but suddenly you hear this goat-like caprino here, and you go like, what is that? The sound, the massiveness of that voice is supposed to penetrate you, but that quick, tense vibrato, I just can't get over. That's not a problem. Some would even suggest that it adds sensitivity to her voice, which is a perfectly logical argument. The main problem about Grob-Randall is that she has no interpretation at all whatsoever. It's a very bland tone from start to end. She doesn't bother to, really get the words, to understand them, and to convey them in her singing. There's no such thing in Grob-Randall singing. She just uses her massive instrument as a vessel to carry herself from the start to end of every single opera that she sings. And that for me is just no good. It's bland. It's completely bland. Especially in Act 2 when it's all about the conveying, it's all about the emotions of the climax, her infatuation, the passion of her love with Tristan is just nowhere to be found. And when she tones down her voice, it's nothing but a cardboard, a very white cardboard with no interpretation whatsoever at all. So it's just a very, very boring Isolde for me. No matter how thrilled I am with her B naturals in the curse or with her high C's at the start of Act 2, I just can't imagine an Isolde singing all 4 hours without one hint of interpretation throughout the entire thing. So vocally unbeatable, interpretively very questionable. That's Grob-Randall for me. But sometimes you need something to get your senses going, something to wake you up, something to put back the thrill in this sometimes boring opera. And that would be Grob-Randall's laser beam high notes. But there's just so many high notes in Isolde, not that much. Elsa Cavalti as Brangaene, well, kind of a boring voice, not much to it, except for some nice legato which he would get from an Italian tradition. Sven Nilsson as Marke, again, just the same Sven Nilsson with, a deep tone with big sonorous booming tones, but choppy and without much interpretation. Sigurd Björling as Kurvenal is perhaps one of the better parts of this recording. He has this really solid tone which comes into use in Act 1. In Act 3, the beauty of the tone at the very start, with the interaction with Luciano della Pergola as the shepherd, really showcases his beautiful side of the voice. And towards the end of Act 3, there's more roughness put on by vocal acting. He has that rough, more solid edge that he can also showcase. So all in all, a very balanced Corvinal and a great one to listen to. But I'm not a fan of either Grobrandl, Cavelti, nor Nilsson. I have had pretty bad things to say about all three of them. So why am I recommending this recording? Why is it, a dark horse? Because of Victor de Sabata. He only recorded 7 complete operas in his entire career, and this is one of them. His Tristan und Isolde is absolutely mesmerizing from the very first note, from the prelude right until the Liebestod. All of it is kept under control, but every detail is looked at, every detail is amplified under his conducting. He really knows, where to constrain himself. Unlike Karajan, who would just go crazy with the lusciousness, the beauty of tone, he would not have those really metallic and vulgar climaxes a la Schulte. He keeps everything under control, but right at the edge, pushing the orchestra to the limits, investigating and amplifying every single nuance, every single detail in Wagner's score. And the orchestral sound is just unbeatable. It's absolutely, absolutely amazing. The balance he finds between the brass and the winds, and again, the sound, the color of the strings, the different tones he manages to produce is just absolutely incredible. So the Sabata is definitely the star of this recording, and it's worth getting because of the Sabata alone. Before we move on to the next category, I would like to make an honorable mention, which I would have picked over one of these 5 inclusions, if not for one thing. This performance that I'm about to talk about next is cut severely. It only encompasses about 3 hours of music. Because it's cut so seriously, I don't recommend you really take a serious listen to it. But the cast here is absolutely incredible. It's from 1955 live, conducted by Fritz Rieger at San Carlo in Empoli. Hans Beyer is Tristan, Martha Mertl is Isolde, Georgina von Milinkovic is Brangayane, Hans Hermann Niesen is Marke, and Sigurd Björling is Kurvenau. Except for Milinkovic, which I never really liked. The rest of the cast is absolutely top class, especially Hans Beyer's young Tristan, which is really, really heroic. And Hans Beyer, one of the most impressive Helen tenors ever, with a ton of squillo and a very, very long career. Just incredible squillo, incredible sound, incredible projection, really, really massive voice. And his Tristan here is amazing. So is Mertl's Isolde, Sigurd Björling's Kurven, I'll talk before, and Hans Hermann Niesen at the final stages of his career makes a very, very convincing Marke. However, again, it's cut to pieces, and I really don't recommend any Tristans under 3 hours. Maybe with the exception for the 1928 recording, because it's 1928 and you can't fit that much of an opera into, recording back in the days. But Hans Beyer also has a handful of other Tristan recordings. From 1963, there are 2 across Gladys Kushta. From 1965, there's one across Anja Celia. And from 1970, there's one across Ingrid Björner. But all 3 of the Isoldes that I've mentioned above, I really don't think are that great. And Hans Beyer himself wasn't, the perfect fit for Tristan as well, despite his amazing vocalisms, because well, quite frankly, the squillo just makes it seem way too heroic for, more delicate parts like the love duets, or the delirious scenes. You just think that it's a Siegfried bursting with energy, and that isn't what you're really looking for in a Tristan, especially in Act 2 and 3. So that's why I didn't include any of these recordings in these dark horses, but they are still recordings that are worth listening to and have good artistic value. So I'll still leave them in the link below for all of you to listen. We move on to our next category, which is video recordings of this opera. Let's be honest, there aren't really a ton of great video recordings that we have of Tristan und Isolde. Same goes with most Wagner operas, actually. So if you can, just stick with the audio recordings. But here we have, for a start, a recording from 1967, live from the NHK Hall from Osaka. This is conducted by Pierre Boulez with the NHK Symphony Orchestra. Because this is Bayreuth on tour, we have Wolfgang Windgassen and Birgit Nilsson as Tristan und Isolde. Herta Töpper is Brangaene, Hans Hotter is Marke, Franz Andersen is Kurvenau, Sebastian Feiersinger is Melot, Gerd Nienstedt is the steersman, and Georg Pascuda sings both the sailor and the shepherd. Windgassen and Nilsson both are in reasonable vocal form, but Windgassen in the late 60s, just a very boring voice with not a lot of vocal beauty. Of course, the vocal acting is there, all of that is there, but just not a very particularly great Tristan to listen to. But yeah, it's nowhere near the level of the commercial recording, but this has video, so if you're a newcomer and you don't just want to listen to stuff not knowing what's going on, this is for you. Birgit Nilsson's Isolde, again, she started to go downhill a bit after the 66 commercial recording, and the 67 in the Wiener Staatsoper did not showcase her in best vocal form. This one from Japan, I would say not the best either, similar to the Vienna recording from the same year. A bit strained at parts, but just generally one of her post commercial recording Isoldes that we can usually hear. So yeah, the two leads aren't, particularly exceptional, considering they have much better recordings of their respective roles, but still Windgassen and Nilsson are, iconic in these two roles, and it's great that you can see them on video. Herta Töpper as Brangaene, I mean, she's an okay voice. There is, sensitivity, there is a nice legato tone, but just nothing too special or too exceptional in her Brangaene. Just a decent but unexceptional Brangaene all around. Hans Hotter as Marke, I've always said how I love his Marke, although here in the late 60s the nasality is getting to him a little bit, and sometimes there are some quite nasal sounds and makes him sound quite muffled. But Hotter's Marque is still one of the most idiomatic readings of the role and one of the greatest, so it's nice to see him on video. Franz Andersen as Kurvenal. Again, I've said that he has kind of a rough voice, which is what Kurvenal needs, but a bit nasal as well, similar to Hotter, but again, he has a solid tone, so there are some setbacks, but not a bad Kurvenal. Sebastian Feiersinger makes a cameo as Melot. He's obviously past his prime here, so nothing really exceptional about that. Pierre Boulez, however, is interesting, to say the least, conducting Tristan und Isolde. for whatever reason, Carl Böhm didn't go on tour with Bayreuth, so they had Boulez do it instead. And Boulez being Boulez, he takes really, really fast tempi. At some points, he's rushing through the music. I would say that his tempi are a little bit too extreme in terms of, the love duet, where it should be all nicely drawn out and, really, really immersing in the music. But again, he keeps the tension of the performance going. He pushes it onwards. So yeah, nothing too bad about Boulez conducting this opera, because he can keep the tension, he can keep the drama going, and he is capable of producing big sounds as well. Just that uh, there isn't, exceptional beauty or a wow factor, a shimmering edge to his reading of the score. Next, we have a film from 1970 conducted by Andre van der Noot with the Radio Television Orchestra of France. Claude Heater is Tristan, Jacqueline Van Quayle sings Isolde, Maurice Patrice is Brangaine, Joseph Grindel is Marke, and Dan Richardson is Kurvenal. Starting with Claude Heater, I've said that I'm not the biggest fan of his Maylot, and because he is a very baritonal voice with a sharp edge but a wide vibrato. Same goes with his Tristan, although it is vocally very competent, a very solid tone with a nice sharp edge. I just don't find his Tristan to be particularly compelling because, firstly, he has a very wide vibrato, which could put off some people, including me, when listening to, a lot of singing, hours and hours of that vibrato can take a toll on your ears. And he is just too baritonal of a voice. He has a nice rough edge, for the role of Kurvenal. I suggested that his Kurvenal might be a very good for him, but Tristan, I just don't really think so, because the sharpness of his voice and the kind of wide vibrato just makes it sound way too heroic, way too, testosterone filled and too direct. And I don't think that Tristan is necessarily that kind of character. The vocal acting, the subtleties, the details are lacking, particularly in the love duet or maybe in the more delirious mezzo voce scenes. He just rams through them with his sharp-edged baritonal voice, and I'm not a big fan particularly. But vocally speaking, it's fine. It's nice, but again, vocal competence doesn't mean, great interpretation. Jacqueline Van Quayle is Isolde, another voice which is, not particularly charming. It's a bit white and boring at times, but there is a nice lyric edge to her voice, which can amplify the interpretation of the role of Isolde, the more fragile sides of the role, and it balances out the too heroic reading of Claudia Heater's Tristan. And not a particularly great Isolde, but vocally capable, just a bit boring at times. Same goes with Maurice Patrice de Brangaine. Yeah, just vocally speaking, nothing wrong with that, but not a particularly idiomatic or interpretive reading of the role. So these are the problems of the three major leads. However, we do have some better interpretation in terms of Joseph Grindel's market here. By the late 60s and 70s, he was doing higher roles, bass baritone ones like, the Hollander, the Wanderer, and that makes him, lighten his voice and enables more room for interpretation, more room for, the beauty of the tone to come through, not just rough barking in the Hagen style like he would do in the 50s. And that's why Grindel's Marke here in 1970 is ideal, although he does not appear in the film, the movie. He is replaced by an actor singing to his voice. Dan Richardson as Kurvenal, a nice voice who has, a very solid tone, as well as a nice rough edge to the voice, which creates the barbaric quality of Kurvenal, as well as retaining the solidity and the very nice imposing tone that you would want from a Wagnerian baritone. So Grindel and Richardson are the two nice additions to this recording. The three leads are vocally capable, but just nothing too special about it, and not very interpretive at all. The conductor, Van der Noot, again, just very textbook conducting without much merit. But all things considered, it's still one of the vocally better recordings of this opera, which has video, which is quite hard to find for all Wagner operas. And that's that. Next, we have the 1973 live recording from the Orange Festival, conducted by Carl Böhm, with the National Orchestra of the Radio Television France. John Vickers is Tristan, Birgit Nilsson is Isolde, Ruth Hesse is Brangaene, Bengt Rudgren is Marke, Walter Berry is Kurvenal, and Stanley Unruh sings Maylot. The Shepherd and the Seaman is sung by Horst R. Laubenthal. Starting with Vickers, I've said that his reading of the role of Tristan is a particularly vivid one, although sometimes the bite in his voice would make it a bit unidiomatic. But here, when we see his acting on stage, it amplifies the vividness of the portrayal of the role of Tristan, and it is really, really nice to see, Vickers acting out the role, not only because he has the heroic quality, the vocal capacity to sing the role with heroic timbre in Act 1 and in parts of the outburst in Act 3, but also the very, very competent vocal acting that we hear in the delirium, in the monologue, and in the more subtle, beautiful parts of the love duet in Act 2. So all in all, John Vickers' Tristan is just really, really nice to see on video. Same goes with Birgit Nilsson's Isolde. I've said that from 1973 onwards, this recording onwards, her vocal cords will start to becoming more unstable and unreliable at times, with wide vibrato, which could put off some people, and very lucent sound in general. However, she still manages to produce very concentrated tones, particularly in Act 1 in the confrontational scenes, such as the curse part of the narrative and curse, and the duet with Tristan just before the act ends. That's why Nilsson isn't at her worst form here. The 76 recording is really, really a lot worse, but this one still showcases her vocal ability as well as her interpretive ability, able to spin a nice legato vocal line in the love duet in Act 2. But all in all, it's just not her best Isolde by a long distance. Although there are some redeeming factors like the concentrated tone in the Isolde's curse, the rest of the role, not counting the more interpretive parts, are just sung with loose sound and unstable tones, unstable intonation as well. By the end of Act 3, she was already running out of breath and makes a rather underwhelming Liebestod. So all in all, not her best videoed Isolde. If you want to see Nilsson's Isolde on video, do go for the Osaka one. Ruth Hesse here as Brangaene is nice. There's a sensitivity of tone as well as nice legato, just that her voice is thin as I've said before. Bengt Rudgren as Marke. He has a nice, warm and round tone, a sonorous and deep one. But at times I feel like he needs to show more fragility. There's too much regality, too imposing a tone of his Marke here, although he has nice interpretive abilities as well. Just that I think it would benefit from a less concentrated, more fragile tone in the role of Marke. Walter Berry as Corvinal is nice as usual, perfect interpretation. Stanley Unruh as Maylot, he would go on to sing the title role of Tristan, but just not a very impressive voice all around. And Carl Böhm here, he is gradually on the decline from the 70s onwards, and although he keeps the tension throughout this performance, his big sounds aren't as big. His tempi are sometimes just rushing to get through the scene, and it is, Böhm in his decline. However, all things considered, it's still a balanced recording with great singers of very high artistic caliber, just not one that showcases their best forms. Then we have a recording from 1981. This is a video recording of a concert given by Leonard Bernstein with the Bayerische Rundfunkorchestra and Choir. It has Peter Hoffmann as Tristan, Hildegard Behrens as Isolde, Ivan Minton as Brangaene, Hans Sotin as Marke, Bernd Weichel as Corvinal, and Heinz Zentnig as the Shepherd. Starting with Peter Hoffmann, he is a tenor, which divides a lot of opinions, and his Tristan here is not the best, because really he struggles with the tessitura, particularly in Act 3. His monologue is just a nasal mess, and it doesn't sit well with his voice. The tessitura is sometimes too high, and the role itself is way too taxing for Peter Hoffmann's voice, which is much more suited to a Lohengrin type of sound. And that's why, although he shows nice vocal acting, nice mezza voce in O König, in Wie Selig, the mezza voce is done well, sung well, but once he has to raise his volume, he can't handle the tessitura, and the voice gets very muffled and very nasal, and sometimes rough on the ear as well. However, he still has the beauty of the timbre in the love duet. He still has, the nice vocal acting, nice mezza voce in the parts where it requires the mezza voce. So that's the good part about his Tristan. All in all, not a very particularly impressive reading of the role, however. Hildegard Behrens as Isolde is a completely different case. There are people who don't like Behrens because of her very unorthodox projection and all of that. But we know Behrens for her roughness of timbre. However, when that roughness is correctly utilized, it can be a very good vessel for her vocal acting, because the kind of throaty, more rough projection that she has conveys a sense of rawness of timbre, a very direct and very raw, very earthy approach to the role of Isolde, particularly in Act 1, when the roughness of the timbre creates a vivid portrayal of Isolde's defiance and her confrontational quality, and Act 1 is very nicely sung. Act 2, the love duet, although you might think the beauty of tone required in Act 2 in the love duet wouldn't sit well with Behrens' rough approach at all, but I personally think that the rawness of Behrens' timbre serves really a different approach, but an equally vivid portrayal of Isolde in Act 2. When the night is dawning and Tristan and Isolde is just slowly going into delirium, reaching the climax. When they're getting more and more delirious, I think Bayron's rawness of tone and the unrefined quality of the voice really portrays Isolde's character well. I don't know why, but it just happens, and I really, really like her portrayal. And into Act 3, her Liebestod again with the rawness of the tone. You can really hear how direct and how heartfelt Isolde's, dedication for Tristan is. It's just the raw portrayal of emotion that Baron's voice is capable of creating that really makes me enjoy Baron's reading of the role a lot. Not to mention her concentrated and strong high notes that blast out of her throat like lava in the Isolde's curse and the more confrontational parts of the role. I just think that Behrens is a really nice fit, although unorthodox, but a very vivid and raw portrayal of the role of Isolde, which I absolutely adore. Yvonne Minton as Brangaena, I've talked about her, not the richest, deepest of tones, but a very nicely spun out beauty of tone and very nice legato as well as the sensitivity in the first act. Yeah, and Hans Sotin as Marke is interesting here because I've talked about his Marke being a great one in the 76 live recording. The emotional intensity of the role is there, but here I think he's having an off day, and a very off day, because not only is his voice very thin, it also sounds strained and nasal at points, which completely overshadows the emotional intensity of the role of Marke that he is able to create. And it's just that he is having an off day, I believe, in this recording. Bernd Weichel as Kurvenau. Never was a big fan of Weichel, but his kind of throatiness and directness, roughness of the sound might serve as a nice addition to his solid tone for the role of Kurvenau, so I'm not particularly complaining. All in all, not a recording with the highest quality of vocalism, of singing, but interpretively speaking, a decent recording of this. Bernstein really stretches out the score in 4.5 hours and more. I think this is one of the slowest, if not the slowest, recording of this opera to have ever been recorded. But Bernstein, despite his slow tempi and the more sensitive parts, he knows how to push the drama on, keep the drama going by using, reasonably fast tempi in the parts where he needs to push it on, and he just slows down in the parts where it can slow down to immerse in the beauty of the music. Again, Bernstein, you don't know him for the beauty of tone and all of the details of the subtleties of the orchestra. It really isn't Bernstein, and he does not do that here. But with suitable fluctuation in tempi and his more charismatic, shimmering layer of the orchestra, he creates a unique but intriguing reading of the score, which really shows how Wagner can sometimes be spiced up with a bit of flair. And that is this recording. Our last video recording is one from 1985, live from Brussels, the Théâtre Royal de la Monnaie, conducted by Sylvain Camberling. Spaz Venkov is Tristan, Gwyneth Jones is Isolde, Livia Bodai is Brangaene, Manfred Schenk is Marke, and Franz Grunheber is Kurvenal. Spaz Venkov, his Tristan from Bayreuth 1976, I've talked about. He has really, really great vocal acting skills, and his mezzo voce is impeccable. The heroic tone up top is really nice as well. But I've said that 10 years later, he would deliver a completely different Tristan, and here's what I'm talking about. Spasvenkov in the 80s developed a very nice, very rich baritonal quality to his voice. So the issue that I talked about in the 70s, where in the Love Duet, the voice was too, metallic, too rough on some of the edges. Those metallic edges are rounded out in this Tristan, in the love duet, which is really, really nicely sung with a dark, rich, but very moving baritonal quality in the voice. So there is no more screechiness, no more metallic edge up top, but however, the solidity of the tone and the very direct and nicely sustained high notes are still there. For example, in Act 1, the confrontational scenes, although it's not as sharp, not as direct, cutting through the orchestra as in the 70s, where he had a much sharper edge. The confrontational quality is still intact in the 80s recording here because the heroic solidity of the tone is still intact. In Act 2, I've said that some of the more delicate and subtle parts of the love duet, softly sung, are, his disadvantage in that Baroth recording. Here, it's no longer an issue because the scratchiness of the metallic tone is no longer here, and it is replaced by a very rich and dark quality in terms of, a baritonal sound, amplifying the movingness and the subtleties of Tristan's music in Act 2. His vocal acting skills didn't falter in O König, in the Act 3 monologue of Wie sie selig. Again, his outbursts maybe lacking a bit of the sharp edge, but the solidity of the tone is still there, and the tessitura is still very well handled. He still nails all the high notes. So this is Swazvenkov's Tristan here in 85. He is paired with Gwyneth Jones Isolde. Towards the mid-80s, Gwyneth Jones had a bit of a vocal crisis, and you would have to think that if she had recorded Isolde 10 years earlier in the mid-70s, it would have been absolutely fantastic. However, what we have here from 1985 isn't, all that bad as well. The middle voice, of course, is a bit absent in, her vocal crisis here. It's a bit hollow in terms of the middle voice, and there's not much support except for the very concentrated high notes. The low notes and the middle voice are just unsupported and hollow in sound. However, her, laser beam, very concentrated high notes are there. They're all present, especially in Isolde's Curse and in the very start of Act 2, where she has to blast those B naturals and high Cs. And there is where Gwyneth Jones Isolde really, really shines. The rest of the role, the more subtle love duet parts, she gets through them fine with the sort of hollowed but intact legato that she has. She still manages to use that kind of thinned middle voice to carry a lengthened but beautiful legato line throughout Act 2. And in Act 3, she uses that thinned out voice to create more subtleties, to create more details, building up to the Liebestod, where she can use that concentrated head voice again to really make her Isolde shine. So vocally speaking, not the best Isolde that you're here, but interpretively, she has beautiful legato, and the concentrated high notes that we hear in Act 1 are just absolutely superb. One would have just hoped that Jones had taken on the role of Isolde a bit earlier in her career, because it would have been absolutely perfect for the role. Livia Budai as Brangaene, well, Livia Budai is pretty shit, I must say, in Italian repertoire, and especially in repertoire where she has to sing with volume. When she has to sing with volume over a big orchestra, and with, the kind of solid tone, with the kind of fierce tone, her voice is absolutely unbearable. However, as Brangaene here, she doesn't have to sing very loud. There aren't, big sounds that she has to overcome. She just has to maintain a continuous legato tone and show some sensitivity in Act 1. And that's what she does nicely, Brangaene. without, the big vulgar sounds that what I would usually make in Italian repertoire. She shows off the beauty of her voice in Act 2, the sensitivity in Act 1. So when she doesn't have to sing loud, it's a beautiful voice, and Budai shows off that quality of her voice as Brangayana here. The richness of the tone is there. There's no suffocating darkness that would otherwise be displayed in other roles that she takes on. So Budai is a pretty shit singer, but her Brangayana here is a very respectable effort. Manfred Schenk as Marke here. Let's just say that it's not really a bass voice. It has the temperament of a bass, the roundness and warmth of tone that you would hear in the basso cantante is present in Schenk's voice, and he makes a very moving marker when it comes to the fragility and the interpretiveness of Marque's sorrow. However, it's just lacking in depth a lot. It doesn't have that sonorous quality that you would find in Talvela, or even the kind of more fragile, strengthened tone that you would hear in Ludwig Weber. He has none of that. So I don't really think we can classify him as a basso cantante at all. Emotionally speaking, interpretively speaking, an exceptional Marke, but vocally speaking, it's just lacking in depth a lot. And that's Manfred Schenk's Marke. Franz Grunheber's Kurve now. Grunheber is just, a decent baritone with very solid tones. He can yell, he can have that rough edge to his voice, but there's just nothing too special about his Kurve now. Vocally decent, well sung with solid tone, but that's pretty much it. Sylvain Kamberling's conducting is not exceptional as well. It's textbook. There are some, big climaxes that he manages to get, but just nothing overly special with his conducting here. So there just aren't that many video recordings of this opera, and good video recordings are even less. And that's why Spaz Venkov and Gwyneth Jones are enough to make this recording onto the list here. Now we're going to talk about which recordings to avoid, and these include some high-profile recordings, so stick with me. The first one will be Georg Scholti's 1960 studio recording with the Wiener Philharmoniker, with Fritz Uhl as Tristan, Birgit Nilsson as Isolde, Regina Resnick is Brangayana, Arnold Van Mil is Marke, and Tom Kraus is Corvinal. Ernst Kozub sings Melot, Peter Klein sings the Shepherd, and The Sailor is sung by Valdemar Kment. So, first of all, why is this recording bad? The cast seems okay, but I'll go through it one by one. Firstly, I need to talk about Scholti. I've already talked about Scholti's Live 63 recording and why his conducting is bad. But again and again, Scholti just records every single opera, and he ruins every single one of them. Here in Tristan, it is no exception. Scholti's conducting shows no signs of subtlety, no signs of detail. Wagner's score is a big one, and he just capitalizes on the word big, makes big vulgar sounds, and ignores every single little detail on it. Scholti's style is big brass, big percussion, when there are forte signs, fortissimo signs, when it needs big climaxes. Just let the orchestra rip and put out the biggest sound possible. And that is not what it means. Anything above a mezzo forte, he blasts with full volume. And the contrast, the different layers of orchestration, the different details in Wagner's score are all ignored. And when you just try to get the volume out of every single thing, the contrast between the actual big climaxes, the ones where the orchestra has to pour out full volume, those become underwhelming, like the resolution of the Liebestod. When the entire Liebestod Scholti is playing at full volume, the climax doesn't even seem like a climax. And that's the contrast is gone, the layering, the different details, the subtleties in every single one of Wagner's scores are gone. And this is what Scholti does to every single one of them. The big metallic sound, of course, is necessary in Wagner operas, but you don't overdo it. You don't put on a metallic sound in every single bar of the opera. It just doesn't need that, and Schulte goes and does that anyway, and it is absolutely horrible. The second issue with this recording is John Colshaw's sonics. It is absolutely terrible. The Decca sound basically means that every singer, no matter your voice is actually massive or is actually tiny, within the studio it's all equalized to become equally as small a voice, and the orchestra is always on top of them, covering them, and you can't even hear the singers at some points. No matter their voice are massive or they're small, it just all gets equalized and covered by the orchestra. And the Decca sound is never going to work with Tristan und Isolde, because it's Tristan und Isolde. The two lead singers, they have to get in front of the orchestra, above the orchestra, to continue the narrative, to push it on, to push the drama on. The orchestra does nothing when it's on top of the singers. And we come to our third problem, which are the absolutely unbalance of the singers. Fritz Uhl as Tristan is terrible. He is a great singer. I love Uhl, but Tristan was never his role, because his voice is a small one. It doesn't have a lot of size, but it has, a silvery edge to it, which makes it quite pleasant to the ear. Also, there's the earthiness of the sound, which, makes him suitable for the kind of roles like Siegmund, and perhaps a little bit of Buffo for the role of Herodes. Fritz Uhl's voice is one of many different facades, but not a big voice. And when Schulte picks him for this recording, you know that all he's going to do is make him sing as loud as possible, then drown him with the orchestra. When he sings as loud as possible, it's vulgar. There are no details. There are no subtleties at all. He's just yelling through the role with a voice that is supposedly one of beauty, one of many different tones, colors, and elements. But all of that is gone when he has to sing just as loud as possible, and the orchestra then covers him anyway. So it's pointless. Birgit Nilsson equally, she sounds massive live. That the pouring sound out of her throat in the 60s, here in 1960, is absolutely unparalleled. Just listen to her ring at the Bayreuth with Kempe. Those sounds that she produces are absolutely unbeatable. But once she gets hired by Schulte to do this in orchestra, Schulte has her tone down her voice because it's too loud, and it creates an imbalance with Fritz Uhl. When she tones it down, she gets covered by the orchestra nonetheless. So you can't hear any tones, you can't hear any dynamics, you can't hear the signature, blasting out of notes, you can't hear the laser beam, you can't hear the concentration of the tone, and you can't hear any subtleties, the beautiful legato tone in the, middle voice. You can hear none of that. And Nilsson's Isolde, under Schulte and under Koshaw's sonics, is just a train wreck here. Absolutely terrible recording. How you go from 1960, you listen to a live Böhm recording from the Metropolitan, and then you listen to this. It just shows how Decca can completely wreck a voice during a recording and make it sound absolutely unbearable. And that's how it is. The rest of the cast isn't any good as well. Regina Resnick is one of my all-time favorite mezzos, but she has a very mature voice. As Clytemnestra, unbeatable. As Carmen, unbeatable. As Brangaene, a role where you have to show a young girlish voice with high sensitivity in Act 1 and beauty of tone with fragility and legato in Act 2 and Act 3. Resnick meets none of those requirements, and it's just very awkward to listen to her Brangaene. Arnold van Mill as Marke, I've said that, is a very beautiful voice, a voice of many colors, many tones, and a beautiful interpretive voice. But then under Schulte, he has him sing as loud as possible, which brings out all the tones, all the colors, those are all gone. And then because Van Mill, his voice doesn't have the innate depth, the sonorousness, and the boomingness of the voice. His voice is one that doesn't have a lot of depth. So it gets covered by the orchestra anyway. So his marker here is another very underwhelming sound. And then Tom Krause's Kurvenau is nothing special, just decently sung but with no merit. Ernst Kazub as Maylot. If Kazub had sung Tristan here instead of I might reconsider listening to the entire thing, because Kazub is an absolutely fantastic singer. But no, he sings Maylot's 1 minute of lines instead of Tristan's 3 hours. So who cares about that? And Waldemar Klint as the sailor, again, not much merit. It's okay, but just the entire thing, when Schulte took over, you know that it's not going to work with Schulte, with Kulshaw, with the Decca sound. No matter how well the Wiener Phil plays individually, under Schulte's baton and under the Decasonics, it's never going to work. And that's why this recording is a train wreck, it's a travesty. The quality of the singers are absolutely superb. What it comes out is an absolute piece of trash. The next recording, which I would not suggest, is a studio recording from 1969 conducted by Colin Davis with the BBC Symphony Orchestra. Now, this is not a recording that is bad per se, but it is one that completely lacks idiosyncrasy. And the last thing you want from a recording of Tristan and Isolde is 4 hours of boring, monotonous singing and conducting. And this is exactly what it is. Before I go into the shortcomings of this recording, however, I want to point out one thing, one exceptional quality of this recording, and that is the marque of Michael Langdon, which is incredibly sung here by Langdon's very underrated but glorious, rich and sonorous bass voice, very moving and very emotionally convincing. A top marker. The rest of the cast, I cannot say the same. Because Tristan, we have Ronald Dowd, Isolde, we have Amy Stewart, as Brangaine, we have Josephine Vesey, and as Kurvenau, we have John Shirley Quirk. Now, none of these four singers are bad singers per se. They are more than capable vocally. Starting with Ronald Dowd, a bit on the smaller voice, but a solid one that can cut through the orchestra. Amy Stewart as Isolde, a large voice and a powerful one that can put itself above the orchestra. Josephine Vesey, nothing wrong with the voice, very solid vocally, and the presence is there. And John Shirley Quirk as Kurvenau, again a bit on the smaller side, but vocally speaking, you can't point out any faults. The thing is, none of these singers show any signs of idiosyncrasy. There is no interpretation at all. And because there are 4 hours of Wagnerian writing, you can't just, sing the words out for 4 hours and not give any interpretation. It would be extremely boring and you can't get through the recording, and that's exactly the problem with this recording. Ronald Dowd and Amy Stewart, Josephine Vesey, and John Shirley Quirk, all very monotonous cardboard voices which don't show any sign of interpretation, and they're just singing the words out, albeit with great, vocal quality. It's just very boring to listen to. Colin Davis conducting does not help at all. There are some moments where he shows a bit of sensitivity, a bit of detail, but all in all, he does not have, what it takes to create big climaxes, big sounds, none of that. And just the entire recording is a snooze fest. It's very, very boring, very monotonous. So even though the singing is good, vocally, it's just not one that you want to get through 4 hours of extremely boring singing. Next, we have another British recording. This is from 1980 in studio, conducted by Reginald Goodall, with the orchestra and chorus of the Welsh National Opera. John Mitchinson is Tristan, Linda Esther Gray is ISOLDE, Anne Wilkins is Brangaene, Gwyn Howell is Marke, and Philip Joel is Corvinal. This was released on Decca as the first full stereo recording or something along the lines of that, and that would make some audiophiles go for the recording. But in terms of artistic interpretation, it's just not it. This recording is just not it. Reginald Goodall conducts with detail, conducts with sensitivity, and keeps the tension going, pays a lot of detail to the orchestra, and creates beautiful textures. So he is not the problem in this recording at all. The problem is the singers. John Mitchinson and Linda Esther Gray both are way too undervoiced for the roles of Tristan and Isolde. It is very thin voice, with no power whatsoever to carry the voice over the orchestra. Of course, in studio conditions, you could always tamper with that, but you can still hear that it's weak and they are struggling to get their voices out, and that just becomes these two trying to sing at the top of their lungs to get their voices over the orchestra, and it's not pretty at all. And Wilkins as Brangaene, very boring. Gwyn Howell as Marke is throaty, so is Philip Joel as Corvinal. Just technical errors in the vocalisms of these singers all round, which does not make for a good recording. Albeit, the great conducting by Reginald Goodall is just not a very attractive recording because the singers are all subpar, they are all mediocre. The penultimate recording on this list will be a very controversial take because it is the Carlos Kleiber studio recording from 1982 with the Dresden Staatskapelle and the Leipziger Rundfunk Chorus. One of the most famous, if not the most famous recording of Tristan and Isolde, and I've put it on this list that I do not recommend. The reason is very simple. The singers are dreadful. Let's start off by talking about Carlos Kleiber. I've talked about his Bayreuth performances, which are all absolutely top class. Incredible conducting by Kleiber. Here, in studio conditions, it's a bit different because Kleiber at Bayreuth live, he needs to keep the tension of the drama. He needs to keep it going. He needs to make big sounds as well as maintaining the tension, the atmosphere of the house, which is, what he does there perfectly. He creates big climaxes as well as keeping the entire tension of the performance together. Here in studio conditions, he really let himself fly. He, emphasizes every little single detail, creates textures, tones, colors that are absolutely sublime. Quite like the Karajan contrast between the live and the studio recordings. He creates the Kleiber sound that we know. Big sounds, but with incredible detail, with incredible textures, and just a really great sound with his own Dresden orchestra as well. So Kleiber here in top form. Just lacking a bit of the tension in the live recordings from Bayreuth. However, his casting here is very questionable. We start out with René Colo's Tristan, a dreadful Tristan. He has a teeny tiny voice, which did not enable him to sing any Wagner roles at all. Tristan is not an exception because of how small his voice is. Obviously, you can boost it with studio conditions, you can place it above the orchestra, but it doesn't change the fact that is just way too small to sing the role, and at points, in Act 3, that kind of delirium He's basically whispering, and when he has to do those big outbursts where the orchestra is going at full volume and he has to go above or through the orchestra, he just yells. And that's why Kolo's Tristan is an absolutely dreadful attempt at the role. Just no voice whatsoever to sing the role. Margaret Price as Isolde, a Mozartian coloratura soprano as Isolde, one of the biggest voiced roles in all of opera. You know that it's not going to go down well, and it hasn't. People argue that Margaret Price, the creamy toned Isolde, the most youthful and the most intimate Isolde that I've ever heard. Bullshit. One, studio conditions just amplifies her voice and puts it above the orchestra so that she is barely audible. In the Liebestod, the orchestra drowns her out completely. You can't hear her. You only hear Kleiber's magnificent conducting, but you can't hear Isolde. So what's the point? In that one, the confrontational quality is impossible to find. It is absent. She is just yelling in Act 1, and she does not have those laser beam notes, the attack, the metallic, held in soprano sound. None of that. In Act 2, of course, the spun out legato lines across Kolo's spun out legato lines in the Love Duet. So what? It's just because the orchestra is playing at big volumes and the audio producers superimpose their teeny tiny voices over the orchestra. It's no good. It's no good at all. Kolo and Price is older. And the rest of the cast isn't any better either. Brigitte Fassbinder as Brangaine is extremely boring. Kurt Moller's Marke, again I said, when he has to sing loud, he's nasal. When he has to sing soft, he basically whispers. No good at all. And Dietrich Fischer-Dieskau was Corvinal. I've said that his 52 underfoot Wrangler was bad. Here, 30 years later, it is absolutely dreadful. I mean, absolutely dreadful. He is yelling through the role with a zero voice, and it is extremely vulgar to listen to. So all in all, Kleiber, superb. Singing, absolutely fucking shit. And that's why I don't recommend this recording at all. I mean, Kleiber heads can always go for this recording because of Kleiber. And the people who want to study, how different conductors look at the score and what they do to the score, this is what you would want to go for because of Kleiber's conducting. But just keep in mind that the singing is not on the same level as the conducting, and that's basically it. Then we come to our last inclusion in this section. This is not a single recording, but 3 commercial recordings that Daniel Barenboim made. The first one is a film from 1983 at Bayreuth. René Kolo is Tristan, Johanna Meyer is Isolde, Hanna Schwarz is Brangaene, Matti Salminen is Marke, and Herman Becht as Corvinal. The second one, a studio recording with the Berlin Phil. Siegfried Jerusalem is Tristan, Waltraud Meyer is Isolde, Mariana Lipovicek, Brangaene, Matti Salminen is Marke, and Falk Struckmann is Corvinal. Then, 1995, the year later, goes back to Bayreuth and makes another film with Jerusalem and Meyer in the 2 lead roles. Uta Priu is Brangaene here, Matthias Höhle is Marke, and Struckmann is still Corvinal. First things first, Barenboim, absolutely boring conducting. You're gonna sleep through this recording just because of Barenboim alone. It is extremely uninspiring conducting. The textures are completely absent in this recording. It's just a monotonously transparent snooze fest throughout the 4 hours. These 3 recordings all the same. And the singing isn't any better either. For our 83 film, Kolo's Tristan is a dreadful one I've talked about. Johanna Meyer as Isolde is shrill, acidic, very unpleasant to listen to, just very vulgar singing. Hanna Schwarz as Brangaene is severely undervoiced, and Herman Becht is very shouty, very throaty, as Corvinal. Matti Salminen's Marke, however, is a very good one. although, you know, some people might disagree with his technique and he sounds nasal at some times, but you can't deny that it is a voice with depth, with, you know, richness, with sonority, and a very moving rendition of the role of Marke. Except for that, the rest is just mediocre at best. Speaking of Rene Colo's Tristan on video, there's another recording from 1993 at the Deutsche Oper Berlin, conducted by Jury Kaut, with Gwyneth Jones opposite Rene Colo. This is a travesty for both of the lead roles, completely past their prime, and just very vulgar singing to listen to. So that one I would not recommend as well. Back to Barenboim, the 94 recording. Siegfried Jerusalem as Tristan, one of the better inclusions of the cast, but still, by 1994 he was way past his prime. The lighter Wagner roles that he did in the late 70s and 80s at Bayreuth were reasonably sung, but as Tristan, I just don't like it at all because he has a lyric voice with, you know, a kind of silvery, shining quality. But once he has to push his voice to the limits to sing a role so demanding like Tristan, the attractive quality of the voice disappears. And it's just a cardboard, uninspiring rendition of the title role. Waltraud Meyer as Isolde, you know, I still think she was always a mezzo and not a very good one at that, because firstly she does not have the shining and shimmering top that a Helden soprano has to have. The acidic quality in the voice is very present, and it's just not very nice to listen to. It's a bit vulgar, a bit acidic, and is all that is not pleasant to the ear. There is no creaminess, the flowiness of tone is absent. So Myers Isolde is a no-go. Mariana Lipovcek as Brangane, a mediocre, absolutely mediocre singing, with not much interpretation and questionable technique. Salminen as Marke, great. But Fox Struckman as Corvinal is absolutely terrible. He does not even have a voice of a tenor. He is just random guy yelling and bellowing throughout the role. Really vulgar to listen to, and I wouldn't recommend you do, because your ears would hurt. For the 95 recording, back to Bayreuth, we still have Jerusalem and Meyer as the two leads. Uda Priu as Mangan is not an improvement. Matthias Höhle as Marke is not very good either. Fox Struckman as Corvinal, still the terrible self. So all in all, what I have to say is that Barenboim and his recordings are all very questionable, and I do not recommend any of them at all. Enough with the mediocrity, and back to some absolutely exceptional artistry. Unfortunately, these recordings aren't preserved in their entirety, but we do have excerpts, and these are a few excerpts that I'm going to talk about. They're absolutely top class. We'll start off with some excerpts conducted by Wilhelm Furtwängler. Let's firstly talk about Furtwängler's conducting in these live excerpts. In the studio recording, at the very end of his career, he really let himself go and bathe in the orchestral sound that Wagner creates. Here, in these earlier live excerpts, we hear a side of Furtwängler that focuses on putting the tension of the performance as the priority. So you can hear that the drama is continuous, the sensitivity of the orchestra is highlighted, and the tension of the performance is just continuous. And that's what Furtwängler does in these live performances of Tristan. He prioritizes the tension of the drama, which is really great artistry. You can hear the urgency of the sound, and the textures are still there. So we have here two different releases. The first release is a composite excerpt from two performances, one in 1941 and one in 1943, both with the same cast. from the Wiener Staatsoper, Max Lorenz as Tristan, Annie Konechny as Isolde, Margaret Klose as Brangaine, Herbert Alsen as Marke, and Paul Schiffler as Corvinal. Lorenz and Konechny I've talked about, Margaret Klose I've talked about. They are still in their very, very top form in, these excerpts, especially under the very inspired conducting of Furtwängler. So his focus on the tension of the drama really brings out, Lorenz and Konechny's respective exceptional qualities of their voice. Same goes with Margaret Klose. Paul Scheffler's Corvinal is still great here, and Herbert Alsen's Marke is one that I haven't talked about. He is a bass which I absolutely adore. There isn't, that kind of big, round, sonorous voice that we would usually expect, but it has the depth, and also the sensitivity is, really, really great. It reminds it a bit of Ludwig Weber, but a deeper version and a more colored version of his voice. And his marker here is absolutely superb. Next, we have a 1947 excerpts of Acts 2 and 3 only. Again, it is by Furtwängler, but this time it is with the Berliner Staatskapelle. Ludwig Suthaus here is Tristan, Erna Schlüter is Isolde. Margaret Klose is again Brangane, but Gottschalk Frick is Marke here. Yara Prohaska is Corvinal. I've said that Suthaus in the 52 series recording is, slightly past his prime. 5 years earlier, it would have been an exceptional Tristan. And that's what he does here. Most of Tristan's singing comes in Act 2 and 3. He only has a few lines in Act 1. So we lose, virtually nothing from his Tristan. And his Tristan here is direct. It is metallic. It has the, Helden tenor voice with a ringing top, silvery quality, but as well as the lyric and sensitivity, fragility in Act 2 as well. So a very, very balanced and a truly exceptional Tristan sung here by Ludwig Suthaus. Erna Schlüter as Isolde is a bit of a disappointment because, again, quite like Annie Konechny, it's a metallic voice, a big voice, probably more suited for the roles like Electra or Salome, just not Isolde, where a creaminess of the tone, the velvetiness of the tone is absent in Erna Schlüter's voice. Dramatically speaking, still very engaged. Margareta Klose here is still the perfect Brangaine. A young Gottschalk Frick here is Marke. We would, associate him with a bit of nasality later into his career, when he does all the Hagen and the stuff. But here, earlier in his career, the nasality is absent. What we hear is a velvety and marbly tone, a very rich one, which has the darkness that we usually associate him with. But the darkness is paired with, a silvery quality around the edge. And the fragility, the sensitivity in the voice is very, very good as well. So a revelation here with a young Gottlob Frick Marke. Yaro Prohaska is undervoiced as Corvinal. He does the screaming, the yelling, but not a lot of singing going on. However, when we look at these two Furtwängler excerpts, we can't deny that they're absolutely superb. Firstly, because of Furtwängler's exceptional conducting under live circumstances, where the orchestral sound is just very urgent, very direct, and it is absolutely exceptional, as well as, Lorenz's and Suthaus's amazing Tristan. The two slightly underwhelming Isoldes are both very good as well, and Margaret Klose, just exceptional. These excerpts I definitely recommend. Don't ignore them because they're not full, because the artistry is present in these excerpts. Then our next inclusion, again, some excerpts, this time conducted by Victor de Sabata. We have two of them as well. The first one is from 1930, from La Scala. It only consists of, 15 minutes of singing, so not a lot going on here. But in these 15 minutes, we can really, really hear what an authentically Italian a Tristan would sound like. We have Renato Zanelli singing a few lines as Tristan. We have Giuseppina Cobelli singing the end to the Liebestod. And we have Ebbe Stignani singing a glorious Brangaene warning. Again, Zanelli as Tristan, a baritone turned tenor, which, similar to Vinay, was Chilean. So we can hear what Vinay's predecessor was sounded like in the role of Tristan, and what we hear is a sharp, concentrated voice with baritonal quality, just like Vinay. Giuseppina Cobelli as Isolde is a bit undervoiced towards the end of the Liebestod, which is the only thing we hear from her, Isolde. But nonetheless, she has an attractive voice. And Ebbe Stignani's Brangaene really steals the show here. 2-3 minutes of singing with a warning. Absolutely superb. Absolutely superb, because this is the young version of Stignani. The sensitivity and the fragility of the voice is there. And we also get the richness, the glorious velvety quality, the marbly tones that we associate with the later Stignani. So a glorious Brangaene warning sung here by Stignani. These are sung in Italian, by the way. Victor de Sabata in these 15 minutes show that, in 1930, Tristan was conducted the way he conducted it in 1950. Big sounds, metallic sounds, just absolutely glorious conducting by Sabata, with the tension of the performance always consistent throughout only these 15 minutes, but we can hear in these 15 minutes how he looks at every single detail of the score and makes the most out of it, with the tension, keeping it going, the big sounds, all of that. But by 1948, he has done another Tristan excerpts at La Scala again. This time we revert to the original German, with Max Lorenz as Tristan and Kirsten Flagstad as Isolde. Rosette Andai is Brangaene, Ludwig Weber is Marke, and Paul Scheffler is Corvinal. The Sabata again in top form here. And obviously, we have Lorenz's Tristan full with the Sabata from Scala in 1951. But 3 years earlier from that, we have a major improvement in the form of Isolde, going from Gertrud Kroprandl to Kirsten Flagstad 3 years ago. And although these excerpts only last for about an hour, they're absolutely glorious. Showcases Max Lorenz's late Tristan with the balance of the sharp Helden tenor tone and the rich baritonal quality. And Kirsten Flagstad's post-war Isolde, just absolutely glorious. She spins the middle voice to marbly, velvety tones, spins it around the extremely delicate but, solid orchestral sound of Victor de Sabata. The Liebestod is one that you would absolutely not want to miss out on, because Flagstad and de Sabata comes together and makes absolutely glorious Liebestod. Rosette Andaya is a bit under voice as Brangaene, but Ludwig Weber is still the glorious Marke that we get. Paul Scheffler as Corvinal is the usual self as well. Just all in all, the Sabata is in top form in these two excerpts, although they don't last very long, but it really showcases the artistry of the Sabata. Again, we have some interesting Italian performances in the first one. We get Flagstad and the Sabata's chemistry in the second one. So what's not to love about it? A third excerpt here is another live excerpt. This one is from 1947, conducted by Hans Knappertsbusch with the Tonhalle Orchestra of Zurich. This one has Max Lorenz as Tristan, Kirsten Flagstad as Isolde, Elsa Cavalti is Brangaene here, Marke is Lubomir Vishegonov, or better known as Lubin Vici, and Corvinal here is Andreas Böhme. We have a few minutes of Act 1 and the entirety of Act 3 in these excerpts, but we're just focused on the Act 3 because that's what we mostly have. Lorenz as Tristan in the Act 3 monologue just absolutely superb, with the balance between the baritonal quality, the expressiveness, and the emotional intensiveness, matched with the ringing quality and the outbursts. Just the perfect Tristan we get. Knappertsbusch pairing Flagstad in the Liebestod is another really good chemistry, because Knappertsbusch is just a glorious conductor, looking at all the sounds, the strings, the winds, the textures that are all velvety, marbly, and a very glorious legato tone. And that's what Flagstad's post-war Isolde is exactly about. And that's why the two, Flagstad's voice and Knappertsbusch sound, they're intertwined together exceptionally well and create an absolutely superb Liebestod. It's not like the contrast between Flagstad and the Sabbatang, but Flagstad and Knappertsbusch in the Liebestod just intertwines together exceptionally well, and it's a Liebestod of absolutely top quality. Also, Cavalti sings Brangane a few lines with sensitivity, and Lubenovici is Marke here. Although Marke only has a few minutes of singing in Act 3, his Marke here is exceptionally sung with a warm and rich sound, not the deepest, not the most sonorous, but a deep sound with a lot of fragility in it. Sort of like Ludwig Weber, there's the fragility and there's the emotional engagement, the intensiveness of the emotion here, paired with his legato, the velvety, marbly voice that he spins out. An exceptional Marke. And Andreas Böhm as Coronel is a bit of a letdown because he just mostly yells, but that's what big name conductor likes to do. They like to get Coronels that yell. I don't know why, but that's how it is. Knappertsbusch, again, is just Knappertsbusch, perfect conducting. You would argue that Tristan was not his opera. That's just wrong. Any Wagner opera was a Knappertsbusch opera, because Knappertsbusch really knew how to manipulate and create the textures with the strings, with the winds, that make a almost translucent quality, but a translucent one that has a lot of different colors and tones, and that's what Knappertsbusch does. And exceptionally conducted, exceptionally sung, really great recording. Then we have a few recordings of the Liebestod, sung by Flagstad. We know that she did a lot of complete Isolde recordings as well as excerpts. She probably recorded the Liebestod more than 20 times. But here are 4 post-war recital Liebestods that she recorded, and each one of them is exceptional, because we listen to the post-war Isolde of Flagstad. The way she spins her middle voice and the velvety tones, the legato line around the orchestra is just exceptional, and that's what she does in these 4 recordings of her post-war Isoldes. We have a 1948 studio recital conducted by Isai de Broen, a 1949 San Francisco co-concert conducted by Merola, a 1952 live concert conducted by Thomas Beecham, and a farewell Liebestod, her very last Liebestod, conducted by her pianist Edwin MacArthur with the orchestra. So these 4 post-war Flagstad Liebestods are just glorious in the way that she spins her voice around the orchestra. We would know that she had a bit of vocal decline after the war ended, but although the size and the content of the voice wasn't there, she still had that absolutely incredible quality of the middle voice that she could spin out like a legato line, like silk, and spinning it, weaving it around the orchestra. And that's what she offers in these 4 Liebestods, particularly in the 1955 recording, at the very end of her career, and her very last Liebestod, she was still able to sing it with absolutely immense artistry, and with zero signs of vocal decline as well. And that's what amazes me. Flagstad singing this role for over 20 years and keeping it consistently amazing, artistically speaking, and that's just what Flagstad offers in this few recordings of her Liebestod post-war. Then, to cap it off, we have two recordings of the Liebestod sung by no other than Maria Callas. Um, a lot of Italianate sopranos have recorded this as, a concert piece. We have Callas, we have Tebaldi, we even have, Magda Olivero singing the Liebestod. But no one does it as well in the Italian side as Callas does. We have two of these. The first one is from 1949 with the Rai Torino Orchestra conducted by Arturo Basile in Callas' first studio recital. I don't know why she chose the Liebestod to be her first studio recording, but that was the fact. And her ISOLDE here, the Liebestod, is very well sung because Callas, we know in 49 had the fat voice, yeah? The fat voice manages to spin around the orchestra very well, and keeping that marbly voice, she almost sings it, at mezzo voce at some points. She doesn't sing at full volume, but that's what she does with the marbly quality of her voice. She keeps the tension throughout the entire aria, from start to end, in a continuous legato tone that is very glorious to listen to. A rounded, marbly tone that is extremely pleasant to the ear. And Callas' earlier Liebestod is one of the only remnants of her early Wagnerian career. She did the full role with August Seider, with Hans Bayer, but it wasn't recorded. But we still have her Liebestod, her early Liebestod here, and we hear what she would have been like had she recorded the entire role of Isolde, and it would have been glorious because of her marbly voice just wrapping around the orchestra exceptionally well. 8 years later, from a concert in Athens, we have Antonino Votto conducting Callas, singing the Liebestod again. By 1957, her voice had weakened and it was getting thinner and thinner, and a bit more acidity is coming out. But in this Liebestod, she still manages to put her voice over the orchestra, because the vocal decline doesn't mean that her voice had decreased in size. It was still a massive voice that she could put over the orchestra. However, the voice had thinned out a little, and there are more acidic hints to the voice. However, she makes up for that with the fragility and the sensitivity of the voice, which matches Votto's orchestra well. So all in all, these two recordings of Callas' Liebestod are well sung, exceptionally sung. And I would leave it there, because you really have to hear for yourself what Callas sounds like in Wagnerian repertoire. So that's it for today's video. It's been, way too long a video, but I hope you enjoyed it. And my next review will be all the recordings of the Ring Cycle, and I hope you look forward to that. And peace out.